Good morning, everybody. Welcome, welcome. I'm glad to have you. I've missed you. I've missed you so much. And now we're here together once again. Hi, everybody. How are we doing? Hello. It's happening. Everybody stay calm. Everybody stay freaking calm. Yeah, no, it's happening. We're here. We're rocking and rolling. I'm glad to have you guys here. Cowabunga is right, Mr. Jacob. Oh, lordy, lordy. We got Cheesy D. Baldur's Gate 3 is game of the century. Ooh, I'm just so pleased that so many people are playing that game. And we're going to talk a little bit about the sort of refreshed drama. Because once again, there's some more devs, some more people that are coming out and trying to be like, we shouldn't raise the standard. Understand these games are exceptional. I'm like, yeah, they are exceptional. We should raise the bar. That's what we should do. Look here, look, listen. That's what we're doing. So we have that to look at. We have I saw a really cringy alleged leak of the PS5 Slim that frankly looks very, very fake. So we'll see. I mean, I'll see what you guys think of it, because some people are saying, oh, it looks real. Others like, no, that looks really, really dumb. So we'll see. I don't know what else it would be, if I'm being honest, but yeah, we'll touch on that. There is a little bit of Rockstar news we can touch on. Yeah. This also, sorry, I'll just show you this real quick because I just thought this was really funny. Somebody like, you know, the finance bros out there who are like trying to be, oh, you want to be rich? Well, let me show you how to be rich. And then they're always like 19 years old, have no idea what they're talking about, but they still try to explain stuff to you. Well, this person tweeted out, this is just hilarious. This person tweeted out a picture, and said, if you don't understand calculus and differential equations, you should give up trading. I'm going to be honest. I have a bachelor's degree in this. You don't really need to understand calculus or differential equations to get a good grasp of trading strategies. I'm going to be real. You don't. You need to understand like algebra. Yeah. You need to understand algebra. You got to be able to graph stuff, but especially in the modern age of like computers and like if you understand the basic terms, like if you know what a stoch's theta is, you're going to be fine. But he says all this is what it takes to generate proprietary trading signals to live luxurious life. Buzzwords. Okay. There is no substitute for hard work. Now, what do you notice about this sheet? What do you notice about his sheet written on Hyatt Regency paper in the free business area where you can use their printer? Well, community notes tells us there's no calculus or differential equations. In fact, most of this is copied straight out of a math textbook. And then there's also a chart here to calculate how often certain combinations of dice rolls will occur. And he's made a few mistakes in it. So like no part of this is anything like what he's talking about. It's like he copied some stuff out of a textbook incorrectly, mind you. And then he also copied over a table to chart out dice rolls and then wrote buy, generate, exclamation point, or generated maybe. I don't know. Like what? He spent probably 15 minutes doing that. Why? I don't like, doesn't make any sense. But people are just so funny to me. I can't get enough of people owning themselves. It's so funny to me. Anyway. Dude, what does factorizing and expansion have to do with trading? Yeah, no, it's like somebody who doesn't know anything about trading pretending to know about trading. That's what that is. Like, it's like trading is both way more complicated and way less complicated than you think. It's very weird. Final Fantasy 16 sales could be a good topic. Now they say it didn't meet their high expectations. Yeah, that's one thing we can touch on. Final Fantasy 16 sales. I did read that article. Let's see. It's gonna make me turn off ad blocker. I can respect it. Okay. So I guess let's just, oh God, these ads are aggressive. Jesus, what? Okay. So yeah, I mean, let's just talk about this. So for everybody out there that might not know, Final Fantasy 16, by most measures and accounts, is a good game. It's a good game, but commercially, it's been kind of weird. Not a lot of people are talking about it. It's kind of been overshadowed by like Diablo 4, certainly by Baldur's Gate, and it just hasn't hooked, I think, the PlayStation 5 audience as much as they were hoping it would. It hasn't been the game of the summer like they wanted. Which, whether that's because of marketing, whether that's because of just franchise fatigue, I have no idea. I think that is something that they are paying analysts a lot of money to figure out. But I had a feeling, as did many of you guys in chat, you guys had the same feeling that there just was something a little off about this. For a huge game like this, it seemed to release and then move on from people's minds pretty quickly, which is not great when you're talking about a game that cost $150 to $200 million to produce, which this one, by most metrics that I've been able to come across, seemingly did. This report from Forbes breaks it down. Basically, Square Enix had an earnings call where they disclosed, not specifics, but they disclosed performance of their various titles from the last year and from the last quarter as well, and more specifically. And all of this news led to stock and profit declines, which is unfortunate, but you know, that's what happens when your company doesn't perform as well as they wanted to. They say while a month ago, Square Enix said that Final Fantasy 16 sales were, quote, extremely strong, end quote, after selling 3 million copies of the PS5 exclusive in a week, that momentum appears to have trailed off significantly. As of Square Enix's latest earnings report, while net sales increased, operating profit dropped 79%. 79%. I guess that's a year over year? That's wild, dude. That's wild.
Constantine Dumitrash super chatted $5.57.
Thank you, my friend.
Hi Luhay. Here's a Steam code for Quake 2 for your audience. 4085AQP38Y5QN9.
Thank you, my friend. Yeah, if anybody wants a Quake 2 code, there you go. It's in chat. First one to redeem it gets it. Fair's fair. Go try it. Thank you, Stefan. That's very generous. Thank you. So, this is bad. A 79% drop in profits. This isn't revenues. So people might be like, oh, so the game sold way worse. They sold way less copies. No, that's profit. That to me suggests a handful of things. For one, and perhaps most likely, those are losses directly tied to underperforming titles. Because in the last year of games development, they really go into overdrive with the production costs, and then of course we also have to factor in marketing costs, which eat into profits. And if you don't see revenues meet that same standard, you're going to see that suffer. But to see a 79% drop is extreme. I mean, that goes from oh, we had a good profitable year last year, to this year, holy God, we can't pay for anything. All of our money's gone. So this is a big deal. I don't know what maybe Forspoken ties into this. It's not super clear if this is year over year, but I mean, I guess maybe does Bloomberg go into a little bit more detail? Perhaps. Oh no, they're gonna price it out. I don't have my Bloomberg account anymore. Oh, my life is so hard. Okay. They go on. Let's see. Final Fantasy 16 is likely to blame for much of this, citing slow adoption of the PS5. Ooh, Sony's not happy about that. With previously constricted sales of the console due to supply shortages, even if Final Fantasy's attach rate to PS5 itself is good. The other issue is that Final Fantasy 16 cost a whole lot of money to make, which is what's hammering operating income. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I don't think people understand that, like, they put as much money into this game as, like, Sony put into God of War, and that Sony put into Horizon Zero Dawn or The Last of Us Part 2. Like that, we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars. Hundreds of millions of dollars. And so it's just, these games are stupid expensive to make. And so limiting it to PS5 might seem, you know, strange as a choice, but it's also, you know, the other piece is people were like, oh, it doesn't make any sense that they would make Final Fantasy 16 a console exclusive to the PS5. But I don't think there's many players that are super into Final Fantasy on Xbox, because I think most people who are into Final Fantasy have just decided to go with PlayStation at this point. So, and that's because it's sort of like chicken and the egg, which came first. It's just cycling. So, you know, eventually that'll fix itself, especially with the moves that Phil Spencer is trying to make to adjust that and to fix it. But what are you gonna do? They go on. There are a number of stories you can extract from this. While Sony and Square Enix's relationship has been strong for ages, and Final Fantasy has a storied history with PlayStation, it now seems that it was not the best call to make Final Fantasy 16 a PS5 exclusive, and truly a PS5 exclusive, not just brand or console exclusive. Final Fantasy 16 did not release a lower spec version for PS4. It did not launch on PC at the same time, though a PC version should be coming later. And of course, it didn't launch on Xbox Series X or S as a result of this deal. But then you end up with a single platform whose growth was slowed by supply shortages, even if overall the PS5 is a success. It seems weird to pivot. I mean, I think they're trying to justify why the numbers aren't what they want them to be. And they're just trying to kind of pass off blame onto Sony for not selling enough of these consoles, which is kind of funny. And whether or not that's like a valid excuse, I'm not so sure. But it seems to me that the PS5 has sold decently well. It's just, I just don't think that this was particularly exciting to like dominate console sales. I'm not sure. Let's see. Praise the Oak. Xbox user here. I know I'm in the minority, but I would have given it a go. Yeah, I mean, but even with all of this, like, what were the latest numbers? Was it, I think the PS5 is outselling the Xbox 2-1, so it's about 66% of the market to 70% of the market are PlayStation 5s versus Xboxes. So even if they'd brought it to Xbox, and the Xbox market is not super into these types of games, at least as of right now, I don't think it would have made up a whole lot. I just think like the only way they potentially could get around this is to once again release on PS4 3 years into the console generation, or to just have dominated more headlines and been more exciting. I'm not sure what the right answer was for them. This game was like super epic and they tried to do a lot of stuff, but it seems like there's multiple issues that were at play here. The other issue could be the game itself, which is more what I'm thinking. While it was generally well received, some players didn't like the action-oriented turn from the series, and if you wanted some recent evidence that there's still a market for turn-based, team-based RPGs of old, look no further than the wild success of Baldur's Gate 3, which has now cracked Steam's all-time concurrent player top 10 list with its hardcore traditional roots in the genre. Rarely a quarter goes by without Square Enix lamenting the sales of some game or another for failing to meet their often too high expectations, but while in the past that's been for Tomb Raider or Marvel's Avengers or Guardians of the Galaxy, for this to happen with a massive mainline fan of Final Fantasy game is not good. Ooh! Square Enix already seems to have realized the PS5 only releases may not be the best idea in the future. They recently announced a large-scale partnership with Xbox to bring games to that platform, though obviously that won't be exclusive. PlayStation, Xbox, and hopefully PC releases should help solve the problem like this Final Fantasy 16 issue, but that may be a long-term project. I mean, there's a few pieces. For one, of course, if the game were just more popular, if it was dominating headlines, it probably would have sold better and it probably wouldn't have had these issues. Of course, like whatever like is going on behind the scenes, that of course, if the game's more popular, it'll sell more. For whatever reason, it just didn't dominate a lot of people's attention. Like people have been asking me in the comment section, why haven't you made videos on Final Fantasy 16? It's because I've been looking at the stats. YouTube has a huge analytical back end that I can dig into. And overwhelmingly, it's pretty clear that the vast majority of my audience just isn't very interested in it. And so, I don't know what to tell you. It's just, for whatever reason, it just hasn't captivated people, even in the same way that Final Fantasy 7 Remake did. And honestly, like, I personally am like a little burnt out on Final Fantasy stuff, and I'm not even like a hardcore fan of Final Fantasy. Like, I played the demo of 16, and I was like, I kind of get the idea, but there's other games I think I'll have more fun with. And sure enough, Baldur's Gate 3 drops, and I've been having a blast with that. And God knows that's going to eat up the next month and a half of my time. Also, slight pivot. I did hear back from a streamer that you guys might be familiar with, Rurikon. I don't know if you know who he is, but he has done some coverage of Armored Core, and I'm gonna try to schedule a main channel video discussion with him where we're gonna talk about Armored Core. I also, this was funny, because I don't remember doing it. Let me just show you. Hold on. Let me just show you this. I guess I did this back when it was announced, but I don't remember doing it until I got the email like this morning, first thing in the morning, that they had like shipped it or were about to ship it or whatever. Hold on, where is it? Premium, hold on. Okay. See, I don't even know what it's called. Yeah, this. Apparently, oh my God, cookies. Okay. Apparently, I didn't realize or remember I had ordered this. Apparently, I pre-ordered the Premium Collector's Edition. I totally forgot. I got an email this morning about it. And so I was like, wait, where did like 450 whatever dollars go? What? And then I got the email and it's like, oh yeah, no, it's because of this. Do I have the email? What even was the email about? Let's see, not that. Yeah, Bandai Namco order confirmation. Yeah, it's just like, I guess it's not saying it's shipped, it just says the order went through. I thought it went through like, I guess, months ago, but yeah, apparently I accidentally ordered this, so I don't know if I was drunk or what. Like I don't remember doing it. I guess it was one of those things where like in the moment I was like, well, I'll pre-order it because it's available still. I'm sure it's gonna sell out really quick, and if I don't want it, we can do a giveaway or I'll sell it on eBay or something. I don't know. At least I'll have it. Because I was kind of hoping that by now I'd be a lot more excited for the game and I'd be like super pumped and hyped and just all about it, and then I'd be super thrilled to have this. But oops. Maybe I sleep order stuff. Maybe it explains all my Amazon packages showing up. So yeah, that was my oopsie. That was my oopsie. Why does it say Bandai? Bandai is the publisher that they work with for like American releases and stuff. All of those games, like even Elden Ring, were published through Bandai Namco. So that's nothing new. I don't know. So I guess we'll do an unboxing or something. I don't know. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try the game. I hope to love it, but that was an oopsie. That was a bit of an oopsie. What are you gonna do though? Too late now. Too late now. It's also like, you guys know how eBay works, right? You guys know how eBay works? Oh, thank you, Fantasy Files. I'll let it read that off, and then I'll tell you my little eBay thing. This all happened like within 24 hours.
Fantasy Files podcast super chatted $5.
Oh, baby.
Hello and happy Friday. For me, FF16 just had way too long of cutscenes that were slow. And I'm a story first kinda guy, so that's saying something. Tears of joy.
Yeah, well, I totally get that. The demo was also aggressive with those cutscenes. Now, they were epic, super epic, but I think like most of this game's planning and design was established when like Game of Thrones was still huge years ago. And so now we got it. We got the final game, and it's like, it's good, but I just don't think it does things in the same way that, like, I personally didn't find the story established in the demo anywhere near as compelling as like Game of Thrones. So yeah, that's my personal opinion. But to tell you my eBay thing, you know how eBay works? If you're not in the States, you guys have eBay too. Yeah, because this particular thing is from the UK. So there was like, I think it was late June, there was something I saw on eBay. And where is it? But anyway, it was like a month ago, or it was weeks and weeks ago. I don't know exactly when it was. I have no idea. But there was like a Chaos Marines army that was like fully painted and like assembled and everything out of the UK. And it looked great. Very well done. Very professionally done. And so I bid on it, just because I was like, oh, this thing is like stupid cheap right now for like a professional paint job and it being assembled and everything. Like, yeah, this is a no-brainer. This is beautiful. So I bid on it, and then I just kind of forgot about it, as you do, because it was still weeks out, or a long time out from when it was actually going to complete the auction. And then like today, I got the email, you won the bid. Like nobody else bid on it. It's really weird, but like nobody else bid. I had forgotten about it, and I saw the email, and I was like, oh yeah, I remember doing that. So all of this stuff is just stacking at the same exact time. I don't know why, but these are my stories of financial irresponsibility. It's more that like the collector's edition, that thing, straight up, I don't remember ordering this. I don't remember submitting it. I don't remember. I remember looking at this, I think on stream. I think we looked at it because I remember making a joke that like Yong, yeah. I was like, who would buy that? Oh, probably Yong, because he's all about it. But now I'm the sucker. I'm the one that bought it. I'm the guy. I'm the problem. So I don't even know what to do anymore. I saw like on eBay, somebody is selling their pre-order for this for $1,000. Somebody's selling their pre-order for $1,000. Isn't that insane? I wonder what the GTA 6 collector's, whatever collector's edition will have. What was the Red Dead 2? Did they even have one? I can't remember what it was. Oh, it was like shaped like a thing of TNT. Was this really it? Was it seriously just like... Oh, this is so lame. Metal tithing box with lock and key, a bandana, some playing cards, cigarette cards, a puzzle, a paper treasure map, and then like a copy of the in-game catalog. I think that sucks ass. Like, the reason you get these collector's editions are for the statues. The statues actually retain their value shockingly well because they're collector's items. Like these statues I have for like The Last of Us Part 2, for Horizon Forbidden West, these things trade and sell for just as much, if not more, than the entire collector's edition box sold for back when it launched. Wow. This one, I don't know if this is real. This looks fake because that's not a real statue. But like, put a statue in it. Put something like Arthur on his horse or Dutch or something. But like, you're kidding me. They just put like, that's what it looked like? Dude, I'd be pissed. I'd be so pissed. This thing sucks. You remember the Hogwarts Legacy one? That one also was bafflingly bad. It was like a plastic book with a wand that barely floats on top of it with a huge white wire hanging out the back to plug it into the wall. Oh man. It was pretty bad. It was pretty bad. I felt bad for this guy. I talked to him a couple of times, Chandler. I thought he did great stuff promoting the game. I thought he and his whole team did a fantastic job of getting people excited for this game. But man, I don't know how he kept a straight face while talking about this thing. They actually pitched the cardboard box as part of the collector's edition. Like, if you have to say that the box is part of what you get in the box, something has gone terribly wrong. It's like, imagine if you bought an iPhone and like, what's in the box? An iPhone, a charging cable, and the iPhone box. You'd be like, what? No, that doesn't count. Oh, dude, this looks cool. Oh, dude, that looks pretty cool. Oh, wow. Oh, there's even... How have I never seen this before? That's adorable. Oh, and it's big too. No, Luke, stop. I have another Lego set here. We have to build on stream. And I haven't done it yet. I have a problem. Okay. Moving forward. Yeah, Luke. No. No, Luke. No. No. Oh, God. Okay. Let's touch on this Baldur's Gate thing real quick. IGN did a collection of some of the statements made by some of these developers. Let's look at it and see what we're dealing with in this regard. Let's see what the drama is.
Baldur's Gate 3 is taking the internet by storm. At its peak, a whopping 800,000 plus concurrent players were playing this weekend, catapulting it to the number 8 most played of all time spot.
Which, just think about that for a second. Number 8 of all time on PC. That is ridiculous. Like when Hogwarts Legacy did that earlier this year, everybody was talking about it because that's insane. Like that's bafflingly crazy. And Hogwarts Legacy, I mean, I think it's even more impressive because Hogwarts Legacy did that on PC and it had an outstanding launch on consoles as well. Like on PlayStation 5, I don't even know how many copies they must have sold over there. Xbox, I think they sold a lot as well. And then they're bringing it, they just brought it to PS4 and Xbox One, and then they're going to be bringing it to the Switch eventually, I suppose. So Hogwarts Legacy, I'm sure is just like printing everybody money at this point. But Baldur's Gate 3 having launched on only PC at this point, breaking those records, getting all of the hype from that, and later launching on PS5 and the next year launching on Xbox, it's just going to keep dominating the headlines. And as people get further and further into the game, they're only getting more passionate about talking about it. That's what's crazy to me. It's like, normally these games come out, people play it for a weekend, and then they kind of finish it, and the hype calms down, and people move on. With this, people are just getting more and more into it as time goes on. It's wild. It's wild. Yeah, Rocky, it's also one of the highest rated games of all time. Yeah, it's up there with like Tears of the Kingdom right now. It's in like the 96, 97, 98 Metacritic score range. It's wild. It's insane. Epic, give it Game of the Year next year too. Dude, for real. It's crazy how good this game is. I'm baffled away. I just was talking to a friend of mine and he's like, yeah, I just spent 50 hours. I thought I was at the end of the game. Turns out I'm just at the end of Act 1. There's like 3, like you're not close, dude. You're not close at all. It's, if you really take your time, and especially if you're playing on a harder difficulty where you got to really try in combat, easily this game is going to give you 120 to 150 hours of gameplay. If you're clipping along at a good pace, you probably get through it in like 100. But still, dude. And that's for one playthrough. And you just think of how many variations are possible. Like, oh, did you side with the goblins in the beginning? No? Well, you can, and it will be totally different. Totally different. It's wild. It's absolutely crazy. Cannot recommend the game enough. Oh, baby. I think at this point, it's my game of the year. Unless Spider-Man, like, straight up gives you a back rub and a sloppy bit of encouragement. I don't know what else could take it. I really don't know. I don't expect Starfield to be unanimously praised like this one is. Just because, like, Bethesda, except for Skyrim, has always had kind of good reactions, but not overwhelmingly insanely positive reactions to their games. So, sloppy encouragement. Yeah. So I just don't expect anything to really come and steal it away. Armored Core, I think, is going to be popular with its core fan base, but I don't think it's going to get anywhere near as big as Baldur's Gate 3. Maybe I'm surprised. I guess some people were maybe saying that about Elden Ring, but I feel like Elden Ring hype was way higher than Armored Core hype is right now.
The gaming community has sung its praises, and it's incredibly refreshing to play a feature-complete game of this caliber on day one. But AAA game developers want you to know that this is Rockstar level nonsense for scope, that it's foolhardy to set expectations higher.
Which, let's just, hold on, let's take these one at a time. We looked at this one before. I would not be surprised if this was more dev effort than the next 2 or 3 games in the genre combined. It's Rockstar level nonsense for scope. It's so funny to call something nonsense. Like, yeah, the scope is crazy, it's doing a lot, and it's nonsense. Like, I guess maybe he's just throwing words out. But, like, even if you made a game that's just Act 1 of Baldur's Gate 3 with this level of variation and player agency, I think people would be very, very happy paying $60-$70 for it. The game is that huge that, like, I think they'd be fine with it. So we're not asking to do full on Baldur's Gate 3 every single time. I understand that maybe that's not feasible, but I do think it's fair to expect, in terms of the package that's being delivered, something on a smaller scope, but with the same quality. I think the bar being raised to that point isn't that scandalous. This is a great thread about why using a singular game to set expectations for everyone developing titles in a genre isn't useful and is instead foolhardy. And I believe we read through this on stream as well. Like a lot of people, I'm deeply excited about what the lovely folks at Larian accomplished with Baldur's Gate 3, but I want to gently, preemptively push back against players trying to take the excitement and using it to apply criticism of raised standards to RPGs going forward. I just think, like, I understand what a lot of these devs are saying. They're trying to be like, listen, we don't hold everybody to the standard of Rockstar, because not every company can spend 5-6 years with 3,000 to 4,000 developers and hundreds of millions of dollars producing a game. So it's not fair to hold everybody to that same standard. I can understand why they would say that, because budgets are different, timelines are different, workforces are different. But it doesn't change the fact that, like, once we've tasted the forbidden fruit of a better game than X, once we've tried Y, and Y is way better than X, you can't untaste it. You can't unring the bell. You can't. It's been rung. You got to just deal with it. So, love it or hate it, the bar has been raised, and I think we're all very excited about it because we get, hopefully, better games as a result. But this is, Anyway.
The first response to defend the current state of AAA gaming as...
Yeah, you can't unbake a cake. You can't... I was like trying to think of another example. I was like, you can't unmilk a cow. I'll see myself out.
Opposed to saying, hey, maybe we can learn a thing or two from Baldur's Gate 3 and make our game better for our customers. This all kicked off way back on July 8th, a lifetime ago by internet standards, I know, when a writer and BAFTA nominee, Xavier Nelson, took to Twitter to express concerns about Baldur's Gate 3, namely that fans would use Baldur's Gate 3 to apply criticism or a raised standard to RPGs going forward. My rebuttal is, why shouldn't
Yeah, Hassan moment. Yes, Rocky, I do also have this story pulled up. We'll look at this next.
customers have raised standards? Taking it a step further, why shouldn't some AAA developers raise their own standards? Are we really going to pretend that consumers shouldn't be a little upset right now and hoping for an improvement in the industry going forward? Rockstar just announced a $50 remake, conversion of the original Red Dead Redemption for the PlayStation 4 and Switch that has no mention of a 4K update, no mention of 60 FPS, and no mention of multiplayer support. The game came out 13 years ago, and the Xbox port does everything they're offering and then some for free with your 360 copy.
Which is so freaking funny. What a dub for Xbox that they just already support all this. So much so, to such a crazy extent that Rockstar doesn't even bother bringing this new conversion to the Xbox. Because they know if they were to do that everybody would just buy the old copy because there's no reason to play it. It's no different. Like, that's such... This whole thing was just insane. And I hope, please, everybody, please, I hope people don't buy the damn thing. Please don't. Please don't. I know that there's going to be some people who are like, well, I just want to play Red Dead, so I'll just buy it so I can play it on my PS5 through backwards compatibility. I just have one hair. Where is that hair? What is... Just hanging out. Just don't. Just don't. That's my message. Don't buy it. Wait for it to drop on sale because it probably will.
Go buy a brand new copy of the Game of the Year edition on Amazon right now for $30 and you're good to go. Star Wars Jedi Survivor, when released on PC, had furious fans citing numerous problems getting the game to run, frequent crashes, and similar problems on the PlayStation 5 and Xbox.
Yes, it's boggling my mind that nowadays, like, I posted a video where offhandedly I made like a mention to how broken Jedi Survivor was. And I got like a flood of comments from people who were like, actually, the game ran fine for me. So I don't know what you're talking about. Like, dude, this isn't even controversial. We all know that it was broken at launch. Even on consoles, it did not run anywhere near as well as it should have. But I guess if we're just making stuff up, if we're just saying stuff, whatever.
EA apologized and is still working to fix the issues.
Yeah, to be clear, it's still pretty bad. I popped in it like a few days ago just to see what it was like. It's still pretty bad. Console performance is still terrible. What they need to do is they need to just go in there and turn off the ray tracing stuff that they're doing on console. It's insane that they have it running there at all. They shouldn't, but they need to turn that off completely, and then they need to figure out whatever the hell is happening with PC frame times because they're just terrible.
Destiny 2 just released a State of the Game blog saying, amongst other things, that they don't have the resources to release new ritual armor every season. But that same studio manages to create new armor sets in the shop for up to $20 a pop without fail every season. Diablo 4 on...
Yeah, shocker. We just don't have the resources, guys. Also, like, maybe. This is just me not being familiar with game dev. It seems to me that armor is like really easy to make for a new season. Am I crazy? It seems to be the case that armor would be like one of the easiest things to do for a seasonal update, but I guess they're just saying they can't do it. Somebody who understands Destiny, help me understand that. Is there something I'm missing? Oh my God. Rocky linked me a story. God help us, the Pope suits up to go to war on AI. Okay, we'll look at that. I have no idea what that means. Okay.
Unabashedly has several character skins priced at $20 each and just released their first season that had a patch that was so poorly thought out that the developers had to have an emergency live stream to apologize and have since begun working to revert those changes.
Yeah, this whole thing, like, we talked about this on stream as well. I was trying to figure out if it was maybe like part of some grand plan for them to adjust stuff to then sell you the fix to it or this or that. I think at this point, it's pretty clear they just really didn't think it through. They just thought, oh, well, we're just going to rip the Band-Aid off and try to balance everything. And then I guess these guys maybe didn't actually check the exact numbers on what they were nerfing and just destroying in the patch. It's really bizarre to me, but like they screwed this up bad, man. This will go down in history as one of the most bizarre patches to a live service game ever, because it just didn't make any sense. There wasn't even like a fix to anything. It was just they broke everything all at the same time. It was really, really weird. That's just become more and more clear. When I first saw it, when we were looking at it on stream that day, I was like, I don't really understand this. Am I like missing something? Are they fixing stuff with these adjustments? And then as we watched more stuff, as we read up on it more, it's just clear, nope, this doesn't fix anything. It just breaks everything. It just makes the game objectively worse. Like that. Who knows what they were doing? I just don't know. Looks like Justin Bieber at 40 years old in the middle. Dude, kinda. Baby, baby, baby. Oh, baby. You're right. They basically told us since we don't go for the ritual armor, which looks horrible compared to the store armors, they're done making them instead of making them better. Oh, lovely. Yeah, I gotta love Destiny 2. I don't know much about Destiny 2, other than that people are very upset. Hardcore, like people who play Destiny 2 are not super happy right now. Utter incompetence. Yeah, that seems like it. That seems like it. Let's see. Mosin, Lala, armor isn't easy. Well, it depends, but it's part of the development course, so no need to charge for it any more than you would for a gun design or a building design. Yeah, well, and all of this is what's kind of like everything goes back to Fortnite, right? Everything goes back to
just
Fortnite.
Release.
This is all just Fortnite's fault, frankly. Like Fortnite made this normal, made paying 2,300 in-game coins or whatever for this normal. Because on Fortnite, people will pay $20 for a skin. And it's really not that crazy or scandalous. It's just the normal, unfortunately now, for live service games to charge $20 for a skin. And the thing is, and this is where like it sort of sounds like victim blaming, but like the reason they do this is because people buy it. People pay that 2,300 in-game coins or whatever, and they will pay for the nicer skin. They will do it. And the thing is, like, for some players, especially people who play one game for months and months on end, they're okay paying $70 for the game, and then once a month paying $20 for a new skin. They have no problem with that. And it makes sense. They're probably, honestly, on their gaming hobby, they're probably spending less than somebody like me is spending when I buy a new game every month. So they're spending less overall, but they're buying stuff like this. They're buying skins and they're buying cosmetics that keep the game fresh and interesting for them. And so I'm like, yeah, I think it's ridiculous that we're paying 23 human American dollars for a skin in a game that has already released and is now not that good. But people are still buying it, which is why they do it. If everybody stopped buying it, they'd probably patch it all out. We saw that with Shadow of War. With Shadow of War, the backlash to the monetization was so bad that they eventually just patched all of it out. I'm working on a video on that. Like they patched out all of the monetization because people hated it so badly. Same with like Battlefront 2. Battlefront 2 also filled with loot boxes. They did the like star card thing. And so you'd pay for card packs that have like actual in-game affecting stats to them. And then you would apply those to characters and everything. Honestly, it makes it so playing the game now, if you don't have star cards, it's totally unplayable because it'll just get curb stomped by all of these other players that have full star cards kitted out where they just have huge gameplay advantages against you. It's like really toxic and not very fun. But all of that said, they at least removed buying those loot boxes and loot cards or whatever you'd call them, card packs, I guess, out of the game just because the response was so bad. So if people stopped buying this stuff, they would adjust. They would find something else to do, but people still buy it, and that's why they keep doing it. And there's no easy way to like talk about it without it just sounding like you're victim blaming and being like, yeah, it's the company's bad, but you guys are worse for buying it. Nobody really cares about that. We would just like the company to stop. But the best way to make the company stop doing it is to just stop freaking buying it. And you know the best way to do that, the best way to compel behavior, I think we saw this with like, Flat Earth is a great example. Tease the shit out of people. That's all you gotta do. That's all you gotta do. If you see somebody running with a $23 skin in the game, you just tease the crap out of them. And eventually it'll be so socially taboo to buy these things that people will stop, and then the market will adjust and everything will be okay. But the key to doing it is to just be like, really, bro, you bought the thing? It's like, it's the same thing where like Twitter just announced, or I guess X now, they announced that they're going to give people the ability to hide their blue check mark if they're subscribed to Twitter Blue, because they had so many people getting teased about it that they were canceling their memberships. So they gave them the ability to get the perks of it, but to hide that they had actually paid for it, which is just really, really funny. Anyway, all of that to say, just stop buying the damn things.
Skins priced at $20 each, and just released their first season that had a patch that was so poorly thought out that the developers had to have an emergency live stream to apologize, and have since begun working to revert those changes.
We don't plan on doing a patch like this ever again.
Okay, you need a more
Shocker.
comparable RPG example of why fans are heralding Baldur's Gate 3 as a breath of fresh air?
Assassin's Creed Valhalla? No.
Look no further than Mass Effect Andromeda, which was widely panned.
Sorry, my face is tired.
Yeah. Oh, dude, this quote was really weird. The dialogue and the subtitles said, "My face is tired from dealing with everything." And this happens in the first like 45 minutes of the game. And then afterwards, they said that it's actually supposed to say, my faith is tired from dealing with all of this. But that doesn't even really make any sense. The line still doesn't make sense. It's just a weird line delivered by a weird alien monster creature.
From dealing with everything.
Or Cyberpunk 2077 that made promises about last-gen game consoles that it couldn't keep. It took CDPR almost a year to get that all sorted out. I'll make this as clear as possible to contextualize how fans are feeling. It feels like money has become more important than the core experience for fans. That's why Elden Ring, Baldur's Gate 3, and even The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom are being widely celebrated. So what is up with the excuses? A game came along that is amazing, is selling well, is being praised by developers and fans alike, and the response is, well, we can't do that. Well, sweet. If that doesn't get me hyped for Mass Effect 4, I don't know what will. Xavier's tweet was well-intentioned, and he went on to add a lot of important context, but I think it misses the perspective of the consumer. We don't know anything about game design or how hard it is. We just know that Destiny is deleting hundreds of dollars worth of expansions when they feel like it, that Diablo is constantly reminding us to buy skins in their store, and most PC ports have been abysmal lately.
This straight up is fake news. I'm just going to be real with you guys. This screenshot is fake news. This was taken from us, like it was somebody playing on, I believe, a Radeon graphics card, which had a couple of bugs associated with it, but they didn't have drivers updated. So that was a chunk of this. And they set it to like below Steam Deck settings. So it was set to just egregiously horrible graphical settings, and it made it look like this. This was like something that went viral at the time. I remember digging into it and finding that it was just kind of like, basically when you're trying to make something look terrible, you can make it look like this, but it's not actually representative. It's not like somebody was running this on a 3080 or a 4090 or anything and it looked like that. This was somebody trying to make it look terrible. So a little bit of fake news correction. But I think, like I've said this before, a lot of the time in public discourse, perception is more important than reality. And all that really means, it's not saying that like the truth doesn't matter. It's not saying any of that. What it means is that in the context of public discourse, what everybody kind of settles on and agrees is real is what you have to deal with. You just have to deal with it. If everybody has the perception that PlayStation has the best like single player narrative games, even if that's not objectively true, even if we could pull up an Excel spreadsheet and show the stats and be like, no, it's actually on PC, they have quantitatively more than PlayStation. If the perception is that PlayStation has all of those, that's what you have to deal with. If you are a company like Xbox trying to change that perception, trying to take that mantle for yourself, you have to change that perception, even though it's not factually true, and you have to adjust it and address that one specifically. And in this case, everybody has the perception that big AAA development is only focused on rushing games out that are not ready, on sort of lazy, huge, sort of Ubisoft-esque open world games that don't do anything really interesting. It's just very generic. And people are lacking games that really focus on the player experience first and foremost. Even if that's not objectively true, which in this case, I think it's more likely true than not. But even if it's not objectively true, it just is what you have to deal with. And these companies have to address it. And that's why Larian coming out and being like, yeah, we're going to release the PC port a full month early because we're ahead of schedule. That's so refreshing. It's like, wow, okay. And then it launches pretty damn polished. Okay, interesting. Wow, love that. And then we see, oh, and it's not filled with tons of like in-game shops or skins or expansions and DLC on day one. Like, oh, it's just a complete game, complete package. That's tremendous. Wow, okay. And the game is also massive. And it's priced, I believe, at 60. It's not even 70. It's priced at $60. So it's considered a budget game, which is ridiculous. And every little bitty thing they're doing wins the favor from the fans because it bucks the trend and it fights the perception, which again, whether true or not, the perception is that big AAA games can't do this kind of thing. And this game comes along and shows, no, they can, they just don't want to. And yes, it's more nuanced, it's more complicated. Some of these other big games, you know, they have a lot bigger budgets. They have to find some way to recoup that. They do that through in-game stores. And it's just too big of a risk to try to release a game and just put nothing monetizable in it and just hope it sells enough copies day one to justify the expense of the entire game's production. But again, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day because the perception is that if Larian can do it, those other companies can too, and they're choosing not to. They're choosing not to. At this point, it almost feels like a trope that journalists are using. So they have something to talk about, are using? Oh, maybe I missed something. Asmin was also saying that it's been so long since he saw a game that's feature complete. Well, we could say that. I also think, like, I guess it depends on what you mean. Because, like, even if we look at something like God of War Ragnarok, I would consider that a feature complete game, even though there clearly were parts of it that were cut. And the devs have talked about it. There were sections of the game that were cut as they got closer to launch because they just needed to refine it and whittle it down. Same with like The Last of Us Part 2. In a lot of ways, I would say that's a feature complete game, even though that also had chunks of it cut out as they got closer to launch because they just kind of had to wrap it up. So Elden Ring, I think you could say that too, but there were also sections of that were cut. So I guess it just depends on what you mean. Yeah, the crater. There's a handful of things that, like, these games I would consider feature complete. It's more common in single player games. I think because Baldur's Gate is technically also a multiplayer game with co-op and stuff, that's more surprising because often co-op games are the worst offenders of this stuff. But yeah, Asmin said it's been a long time since he heard feature complete. Oh, okay. You have 21 days to buy the Todd Howard jacket before Starfield. You probably come in time. Lucas, also, thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate you guys. Also, everybody, make sure to like the stream. For one, liking the stream helps send it out to more people. More people can join us and have a jolly old time, which would be wonderful. And secondly, if you become a member, you get access to our members only streams. Earlier this week, we had like a 2.5 hour members only stream where we just like hung out, talked about a bunch of stuff, and it was wonderful. It was awesome. So if you want to support the channel, support the stream, and then also get access to those members only streams, consider joining. Exclamation point join in the chat. We'll give you the link for that. Yeah, Ghost of Tsushima also a good one, and that's one where they also kept adding features after it came out. They added like the multiplayer, and then they added the big DLC, which I thought was awesome. So yeah, they did a bunch of stuff. Every other developer, whoa guys, don't get too excited. What, you expect us to make incredible games that aren't scummy too? This is exactly why we can't have developers making quality games. Again, that's the perception. I think what all this whittles down to really at the end of the day is that, like, I think if we try to graph it out using the one and only MS Paint, I think what they're trying to say is that, like, if we have just a, oh, sorry it was so loud. Sorry, everybody. My volume was high. Sean, well, that's why it was loud, because it was an epic moment. Sean, thank you so much. Sean gifted 5 memberships to everybody. Wonderful play of the game right there. Poggers, mad poggers. Thank you, Sean. And welcome, Jay Sean, hold on, Luis, and Open J, Dude Duderson, and Vimer. Thank you. Welcome, everybody. That's wonderful. Sean coming in clutch. What I think this is, though, is if you have like the budget, let's just say the budget is in red. This is the budget for the game, okay? You think about this, the up down is like the Y axis is the revenue or the price, the amount of dollars that we're talking about. So a game has to recoup this amount of money to make a profit, right? You could even say, like, I guess the red line would be more like this, and maybe it goes up over time as long-term support continues. But if we're saying for this, what Larian did is Larian came out, we'll make them purple. Larian came out and they just did such an amazing job with this game. Let's just put it here so we have some wiggle room. Larian came out and did such an incredible job with the game that they are basically starting up here. And I'm sure they're only going to sell more and more units as we get the PS5 version, Xbox versions, and they're just going off the charts. And realistically, the red line is going to be much slower sloped than that. But they're just way up here and they're making ridiculous amounts of money, tons of profit. All of this is profit. They're living high, you know, they're doing great. What the approach of like Diablo 4 or some of these other games has been is that they will come in and they might start lower. So they might start here even, and they sell less total units and the hype isn't crazy high, but they sell less, but then they sell you $20 skins and they sell you a bunch of other stuff. And as it goes, you get exponentially higher and higher profits because the long-term benefits come in. But you initially, like, you didn't sell as many copies, but you have a loyal, devoted fan base that gets that going. And I think a lot of these companies just see that the potential for exponential profits is way higher when you do this sort of heavily monetized with skins, in-game stores. It's the potential for massive profits is way higher here than if you go the purple route where you have massive profits, but you're not going to have as huge of an exponential jump in it. So you can make tons of money by releasing feature complete games without in-game stores and just releasing it and then moving on to the next project. But they'd like to be able to continue to profit off of that long term. It's the same thing with like movies and merchandise. Like if you can release just a solid movie that does really well, it'll make you $1 billion. But if you release a game or a film like Harry Potter and then also go and you release all sorts of merchandise and then you also create a theme park around it, you're not just getting the $1 billion from the movie, but you're also getting all of the benefits of everybody spending money for years and years and years after on all the little pieces of it. And so it like these big companies, these big studios, they don't want to make a Saving Private Ryan. They don't want to make an, what's another, The Pianist. I don't know. Like they don't want to make one of those movies. They want to make Harry Potter. They want to make the Avengers, because those are the movies that make ridiculous amounts of money for years and years and years.
Remember, that tweet was made nearly a month before Baldur's Gate 3 blew up, and it was still contentious with fans speaking up about their frustrations and developers chiming in to say what felt like game development is hard, you don't get it, be quiet. Baldur's Gate 3 is a game from a large, passionate studio that refuses to add microtransactions.
Yeah, dude, they're so snarky in their notes too. I love it. No, there are no in-game purchases in our game. We believe in providing a complete and immersive gaming experience without the need for additional purchases. Enjoy the game to its fullest without any additional costs or microtransactions. You know what this reminds me of? Larian's approach to all of this? It reminds me a hell of a lot of CDPR's approach to The Witcher 3. Remember when they just were winning just dub after dub after dub after dub with free DLC expansions, and then they did like all this other stuff that got people so excited for Cyberpunk when we eventually would get that. They were just like, they identified what the market wanted, what hardcore gamers wanted, and they gave it to them, and people loved them for it. And then they kind of burned most of that goodwill with Cyberpunk 2077, which hopefully Larian doesn't do with whatever's coming next. But it certainly is very reminiscent of that. Very, very reminiscent. And it's just more, it's really surprising to me that more studios don't just try to give people what they want. You know, like, it's just amazing. I hate to say it, but watch Larian fumble the next game. The thing is, like, it reminds me of what Jeff Bezos said when he was asked by an interviewer, do you think Amazon is ever going to collapse and shut down? Do you think Amazon is ever going to die as a company? And Jeff Bezos, the founder, and at the time he was the CEO, he said, oh, of course. Amazon is going to die. I just hope it dies after I'm gone so I don't have to see it. Like, every company eventually screws up massively. Doesn't matter how big you are, how beloved you are. The East India Trading Company at one point employed 1/3 of the globe. The East India Trading Company was way bigger than Amazon, way bigger than Walmart or Microsoft. Like, you're talking about a company that basically ran the planet for a good long while. And even they went belly up eventually. So it doesn't matter how successful or how beloved a company is or how huge they are, how many resources they have. Eventually they screw up and eventually they'll die out. And so Larian, I'm sure at some point, is also going to fumble. They're also going to screw up. As we saw, like, I remember making a video way back. It was probably like 2016, 2017 or something. But I remember saying, after like Fallout 4, we saw Bethesda kind of stumble a little bit. And we got Mass Effect Andromeda, and then they stumbled a little bit. And that coming from BioWare, it was unthinkable that BioWare would collapse in the way that they did. I mean, you're talking about a studio that made Game of the Year in 2014 with Dragon Age Inquisition. And within just, what, 6 years? When did Anthem drop? Was that 2019, maybe? But anyway, you're talking within like 6 years. They go from Game of the Year winners to mocked and ridiculed in the industry for having 2 horrible releases in a row. Just think about that. Think about that time period. That's the same, like, that's less time than between Fallout 4 and Starfield. And they went from being Game of the Year, one of the top RPG developers in the industry, to globally mocked and ridiculed for screwing up 2 massive games. So it can happen quick. Never think that you're immune. Like, the danger is when companies start to think they're immune, think that they're above it all, then they screw up. That's why I'm a little cautious now with all the GTA stuff, seeing what they're doing with Red Dead 1, the conversion. I just am cautious because anybody can screw it up. Even like Rockstar Games could screw up. It's unlikely, but it was also unlikely that CDPR screwed up The Witcher 3 or the Cyberpunk 2077 so much after The Witcher 3. That was very, very unlikely, but they did it. They still screwed it up. So you just have to be, cautious because anything's possible. You reckon Rockstar is going to screw up hard? I don't know. I just think like they've for years and years been making consistent decisions that are bafflingly stupid. And for any other company, that would be a major red flag for future releases. If they just got really greedy, if they got super toxic for years and years, that for me would be a big red flag that maybe their next game is going to suffer from those same types of decisions. And Rockstar gets a pass because they tend to put out some of the most incredible games of all time consistently, but that might eventually change. I hope it's not with Grand Theft Auto 6. I really do. I'm sure it's going to be graphically and technologically very, very impressive, but I would be buckled up for some crazy stuff in there, because Rockstar is very different than it was back in 2013. And it's a lot different now than it even was back in Red Dead Redemption 2 times 5 years ago. And since just 5 years ago, they have obliterated and totally botched the launch of an online game, Red Dead Online. Totally botched it. Died. Gone. Buried. It's over. So I'm cautiously optimistic about GTA 6, of course, but I don't want to fall into the trap that often happens when really successful companies get people really hyped, and then we get blown away by some big oopsies. So anyway, so kind of beside the point.
Gave players early access so they could address any problems that arose before launch, and it's taking Steam charts by storm. So why should fans not use that as a gold standard of how to do it right? And why would a AAA studio not look at it and say, hey, maybe cramming microtransactions into our game isn't a good look? When Mass Effect 4 comes out, I don't want to see a $20 Liara skin, and I hope that its performance is tested across all platforms before release. Am I in the wrong for not wanting microtransactions and a stable video game at launch? Credit where credit's due now. There have been some really good examples of AAA games like the Dead Space remake and the Resident Evil 4 remake come to mind, both of which have been massive successes for EA and Capcom. Vampire Survivors came along and took the internet by storm last year. Do I need to bring up Elden Ring again? But that tweet blew up in the development sphere, and frankly, the pushback is just ridiculous. Developers should be looking at what Baldur's Gate 3 did and trying to replicate where they can, not jumping up to defend games that are cramming in practices that fans are getting fed up with. And make no mistake about it, these decisions impact game design. Many games are utilizing battle passes and player engagement as a metric of success.
I also think it's just, you have to be careful of what type of game we're describing. Like, Baldur's Gate 3 is in a unique niche because it's a single player narrative game, but it also has cooperative stuff in it as well. But it's easy to just compare two games that launch within a few months of each other, and they're both top down kind of RPG, action RPG type of games. But Diablo 4 and Baldur's Gate 3 are trying to do two very, very different things. Like, very, very different things. And they're trying to also hold players for very different periods of time. Baldur's Gate 3, like the CEO of Larian, he even said, no, we fully expect for people to play our game, get through like Act 1, and then probably need to take a break for a few weeks and then come back and continue playing through it. It's like, we totally understand that. It's a massive game. Take your time, whatever. For Diablo 4, they can't have that. They need you playing that game for months and months. It needs to be your weekend binge game. It needs to be the game you play when you get back from work. They need you in that game all the time. So they're trying to do two very, very different things. And I think that's important to establish, because like comparing Baldur's Gate 3 and Call of Duty is of course kind of a silly comparison. They're not targeted at anywhere near the same players. They're not targeted towards the same ends. Like, it's just very, very different. And so of course one's gonna have a battle pass, one isn't. I don't even know how you would implement a battle pass into something like Baldur's Gate 3, but I think it's just the broader point being made here is that people would prefer single player games exist and be fully polished and refined, and also people are okay if there's co-op and stuff, but like people are just kind of sick of every game starting to feel like one of those online games that have the battle passes, even if they don't have a full-fledged battle pass. Like, they're just sick of it. They're just sick of it.
For a player, That means more grindy missions. That means more reminders to stop in the shop. It means a boring grind because keeping players engaged is a key metric. Many of the people who came out to talk about why Baldur's Gate 3 shouldn't be the new standard have since walked back those statements, and I'm glad, because if the industry can't take a good hard look at what's going wrong, why fans reacted the way they did to Elden Ring and Baldur's Gate 3, and then make impactful changes, we're screwed. Also, people seem to be using the fact that Larian is a big studio against them, the fact that they had a long development cycle against them. Really? Blizzard is also a huge studio with over 8,500 employees across several offices. They credited every employee at Blizzard in the release of Diablo 4. Bungie is a huge studio with over 1,552 employees across several offices. BioWare is a huge studio with over 500 employees across several offices. And
Still? I would have expected them to have been downsized a lot. I don't know.
Larian is also a large studio.
Oh, Kyle, they're definitely made for geeks. You're not alone. Yeah, no, I totally agree. I'm with you there. Proud. I'm proud. Represent. All the geeks in the chat, stand up. Like, just, I don't know, put I'm a geek and proud in the chat or something.
With over 400 employees across several offices. All of them have established beloved IPs with a ton of lore to pull from. All of them have a lot of money to make video games. And all of them had a long time to make anything they wanted to make. To say Baldur's Gate 3 is successful because it's aligned with
geek pride. Oh god, that's funny.
Dungeons and Dragons is insanity. You think 800,000 Steam players are playing a game called Baldur's Gate 3 because of Dungeons and Dragons? No. It's clearly gone far beyond that audience.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, it's because of the game. The game is the reason people are obsessed with it. Like, it's because, and the biggest piece of it, I think, is the word of mouth. The word of mouth has been outrageously huge for Baldur's Gate's success. So I don't think you can beat around the bush. That's clearly a huge part of this puzzle. Proto, the one and only Proto in chat. The cynic in me thinks that Larian is taking the CDPR route. I feel like Baldur's Gate 3 is primarily propped up more by the goodwill right now, rather than the game being amazing itself. What do you think, Luke? I think, I mean, the goodwill certainly helps it. And while I understand that, like, it starts to feel like it's too good to be true, and I'm proud of you for looking at things very skeptically, and being cautious with this stuff. I would say at this point, the only evidence and information we have is what's before us, and that is that Baldur's Gate 3 is a big, expansive, very high quality game. It is being put out by a studio that's not trying to nickel and dime their players. It's feature complete, and it's I mean, I just all told, it's just a complete package that's really high quality and that people are really enjoying. Yes, the studio is also doing things that are very pro-consumer, and they seem to be leaning into that a lot. But when we look at all those pieces, it's like, so they're just like a good studio that put out a good game and they're treating players well. Like, the conclusion is just that it's a game worth supporting, and that it's just a complete package from a good studio. I have no reason to think at this point that there's any maniacal plans. And hell, I mean, even if there is something at the core, it's more like if the CEO is sitting at the table and just says, hey guys, we're just going to be super pro consumer because CDPR got a ton of success from that. It'll win goodwill with our players. It's going to work really well for us compared to being really toxic and terrible. Awesome. Like, I don't care what the reason is. Maybe they like secretly would love to do a battle pass, or maybe they were going to do a battle pass, but they chose not to because they thought that this would be the better strategy. I don't really care. The end result is the same. The end result is that they're treating their players really well and not being toxic with it. And so I'm down. I'm fine. So yeah, at the end of the day, I just don't think it matters too much. BioWare used to have over 800 employees when Montreal still existed. Montreal wasn't around for long anyways. Okay, so they did get downsized after those games. Okay, interesting. Interesting. let's see. Yeah, but does that make a game deserve to be rated higher than Tears of the Kingdom or top rated of all time? Is it deserving to be 96 plus on Metacritic? The thing is, and this is something just key to understand about game reviews, is that the game reviews are reviewed by people, or the games are reviewed by people who like those types of games. They're not going to assign somebody who only plays Mario Kart to review Mortal Kombat. It just wouldn't make sense. So they assign Mortal Kombat fans to review Mortal Kombat games, and they assign Mario Kart fans to play and review Mario Kart games. So they're assigning people to these games that already kind of like and enjoyed that genre and are familiar with it. And then they review it from the perspective of somebody that's familiar with that genre and likes it to begin with. So if you aren't into that genre, of course, a 10 out of 10 in that genre is not going to be a 10 out of 10 for you, probably. Same thing with like Elden Ring. If somebody gives Elden Ring a 10, if you don't like those kinds of games, if you've never liked Elden Ring or Dark Souls or Demon Souls or Bloodborne or Sekiro, nothing's magically going to change with Elden Ring. It's the same kind of thing. It's just in a different package, reworked, and it's very good, but it's a 10 out of 10 for fans of those types of games. And often I think people will see the Metacritic score being really, really high, and they're like, oh, so it is objectively a way better game than this one, which is scored at like a 96 instead of the 97 that it achieved. And it's like, no, they are at that level for fans of that genre, for fans of those types of games. Because somebody that really likes Baldur's Gate 3 might not be that into something like Tears of the Kingdom. They might not like third-person adventure games. They just might not. I don't know why they wouldn't, because they're playing like isometric adventure RPG, narrative RPG, but like, who knows? Maybe they just don't. So sometimes the overlap isn't quite there. It's why I think like so every once in a while people will pop in and ask like, what is the best game of all time? I'm like, there isn't one. It's just like, what's my personal favorite? What would I take to a deserted island with me if I could just play that in purgatory forever? Okay, let me think. That's a different question. But to say like there's a singular best game, I just don't think there is. It's not that simple. Yeah, well, Elden Ring did bring a lot of people into that particular genre. So people who didn't like Soulsborne ended up loving Elden Ring, so that it's possible. I would say most of that is due to the word of mouth. Like a lot of people that wouldn't normally do it, because the game was so popular, because it was everywhere, everybody was playing it. Normally they would just shut down because the perception was that Dark Souls, oh, if you're like a tryhard, if you like to just masochistically just suffer when playing a game, you want to fight a boss 50 times and beat your head against the wall, yeah, play Dark Souls. And so a lot of people were just like, I'm not interested, I'm just not going to play it. But with Elden Ring, the word of mouth was so crazy positive and it was everywhere that people gave it a try. And they probably would have liked Dark Souls 3. They probably would have liked Sekiro and those other games. They just didn't try them because the perception was different. But Elden Ring was so huge that it just seeped in. And then those people who tried it and loved it for the first time, had never tried it before, and they were converts to Elden Ring, they decided to then go and convert their friends, and it just kind of rippled through from there. Having co-op really helps too. For that kind of thing. Elden Ring, I played a lot of co-op with my old roommates from college, and Baldur's Gate 3, I'm doing a couple of campaigns with friends, and we're playing through it together, and we're having a great time. So, like, even my wife, Nikki, who isn't normally into, like, isometric games, like, she's played the Dragon Age ones, which I guess you could say are sort of isometric, so I guess maybe she is, but, like, she's just normally not into, like, super hardcore RPGs. But she's been having a great time with Baldur's Gate 3. Like, it's crazy. She's every night she's playing it. She gets, like we get Lachlan down for bed. She gets her snacks and then goes sits down, and she'll just play for like 3-4 hours. It's really funny. But that's the power of a really solid game.
I don't know anything about Dungeons and Dragons. I didn't know this game had anything to do with Dungeons and Dragons. And you know why I'm playing it? Because I like good games with a heavy focus on storytelling and bears. But anyway, it wasn't all doom and gloom from the...
Oh boy, here comes my usual hot take. I can't disagree with this more. Hold on, what are they disagreeing with? Oh, it's the same post as before. Whenever a game disrupts the industry and delights players beyond expectations, it absolutely raises industry and genre standards regardless of the why and how. Yeah, I just think it's like it doesn't really matter what the reason is. If the perception is that the bar's been raised, it's been raised. People will hold other RPGs to the same standard as Baldur's Gate 3, whether you like it or not. You don't have to like it, but when Ubisoft or whoever else releases an RPG and it's nowhere near as deep as Baldur's Gate 3, they will be held to account. That's just, it is what it is.
Development side. Thank you, Juno Bleeze, formerly of Riot, for jumping in and echoing exactly what I'm saying here. Her quote tweet reads, "I can't disagree with this one more. Whenever a game disrupts Larian's success story and ask her standards regardless of why and how. We should look at the Larian success story and ask ourselves, how are we going to make our games better and create the next games that shake up the industry? Players should and must always expect more from us, never less. Thank you. I implore AAA devs."
What a crazy take, right? We should do better than we've done before. That is my hot take. But oh man. And again, like those devs were like, they were very well intentioned. They were trying to just be like, listen guys, we don't have the budget of Larian. We don't have the staff of Larian, so we can't achieve that. And I, like, to a certain extent, no duh. Nobody's expecting an indie team to make Baldur's Gate 3 or to make a game similar to it. But when you're talking about a role-playing game and when you're talking about a priced package, yeah, you look real bad if you charge $70 for a game that has 20 hours of very light RPG gameplay. You just look bad, and we're going to hold you to account. It just is what it is. If Larian could figure out the pricing model, you should be able to figure out the pricing model. Like, it's just not that complicated. If you go, well, we spent 5 years and had 2,000 employees working on it the whole time. Okay, maybe you shouldn't have done that if you can't make it profitable selling X number of millions of copies at $70 each. Maybe you shouldn't have done that. Like, it's not my fault. Find a way to run it and run a tighter ship. Just think about it differently. I don't know. Figure it out. I do think that there's probably a good amount of bloat at some of these companies. Like any tech company right now, it seems like there's a lot of bloat. Elon walked in, fired 80% of Twitter staff, and the website still works globally. It certainly had some tech issues when they were in the transitionary period, but it still runs just fine. As good as ever, if not better, because now they have like the really long tweets that are available. They have better video support. They're paying creators on Twitter. Like, if anything, the website's running better than ever, and it has only 20% of the staff it did, but like when he took over. So I have to wonder, and like my dad does contracting work with Microsoft and a couple of other big companies, and he was even telling me, oh yeah, no, it's well known that a lot of these companies have a ton of bloat. They will hire people just to keep them away from other studio or from other companies. And like in tech companies, Microsoft will hire AI engineers just so Google can't hire them. Even if they don't have work for the AI engineer to do at Microsoft, they just want them to not work for the competition. So they'll pay them $800,000 a year to do literally nothing just so that they aren't benefiting the competition. That's ridiculous. But that's how a lot of these companies work. And with game companies, I don't see why it would be any different. It seems to me pretty clear with like Call of Duty. You're telling me that you have 2,000 to 3,000 people working on Warzone and it launches broken constantly. Things are constantly unbalanced. It just doesn't run well at all. Like, you're telling me that you needed 2,000 people to do that? Okay. I'm watching you. I have a feeling like there's a lot of bloat. But this is also one of those things that like talking about makes you into the bad guy, because if I say, hey, I think there's a lot of bloat with some of these companies, and you're like, so you want developers to be fired? Like, no, I don't want anybody to lose their job. My question is whether they should have been hired to begin with. Like, should the company have expanded to that level to begin with? Did they actually need that? You know, I'm not so sure. But there is no way to keep that much bloat busy. Yeah, well, and it's just a lot of the bloat comes down to middle managers. The funniest thing, and then we can transition into this Rockstar news. The funniest thing I heard about the whole Elon saga, which whether you like Elon or not, this is freaking hilarious. Elon walked into Twitter headquarters. He knew he needed to downsize. So you know what he did? He went to all of the managers, middle managers, so not executives, not like the low level grunts, but the middle managers. And he said, okay, you guys each have 20 to 50 people underneath you that you manage. I need you to provide me a list of your top performers. And, you know, whether that's an engineer, a coder, whatever, your top performers, give me a list hierarchically, and I'm going to make, you know, downsizing decisions from there. So they produced all of that, gave him a list of all of their underlings, ranked from best to worst. And Elon got rid of like the bottom half of the list and fired the middle manager and put the person that they had written at the top of the list in their position. He's like, middle manager types tend to be really good at like climbing the ladder, but the best performers, the people who are best at their jobs, they're usually not too concerned with climbing the ladder. They're just doing their job and they do it well. So he's like, I want to find the people that are really good at their job and put them in a position where they can actually make a difference in how the thing is run. And so he went in there, cleaned house, got rid of like the middle managers who are just causing bloat and causing things to slow down. And we all know the types. We've all had the managers like that who just come in and they just make life harder because they're trying to climb the ladder. They're like, oh, well, we have to get our KPIs, our key performance indicators high. And so you need to, like we had this at Best Buy, you need to get your credit card signups up to 2 per day. If you don't get 2 credit card signups per day, we're going to have a talk and you might get a written warning if you don't get that. It's like, this doesn't help the customer at all. You're just trying to get me to sign them up for credit cards so that you can then go to your boss and say that you got these signups higher so that you get promoted. You don't actually care about the customer experience at all. Like, doesn't matter at all. Anyway, it's all dumb. It's really funny to me to hear about, like, you know, the insufferable manager types getting kind of screwed over. And that was also the really funny thing about all the Twitter stuff is I'm like, everybody on Twitter, for whatever reason, they like had decided they would hate Elon for doing all of this. And so they started defending like multi-millionaire Twitter employees that do almost nothing all day. And like, can you believe they fired them? I'm like, yeah, because they don't do anything. Yeah, I can believe it. When I worked in real estate, we did a couple of deals with some of those like Silicon Valley types that were engineers with Google. One guy was with Facebook. One guy was with Google. We did deals with all these people. They made insane amounts of money. Like, we are talking millions of dollars per year. And one guy, I remember talking with him, he worked at Meta. I think it was Facebook at the time, but he worked with Facebook and Meta. And he said like, oh no, I just kind of do whatever I want all day. If they need something, they call me. Like, he basically didn't work, but he was contracted with Meta, with Facebook or whatever, just to keep him out of the arms of another competitor. And so he's just raking in money, tons of stock options, didn't do anything all day. Like, it was just like, it was so toxic. It was so toxic. It was horrible. I was like, and these are the people that are like, everybody on Twitter's freaked out about. Like, I don't feel bad for that guy when he gets downsized. No, he's gonna have to actually go like work. Like, no, I don't feel bad. Plus, in a year, he makes more money than most people make in their entire lives. So he can figure it out. He'll be okay. Yeah, they'll manage. I don't feel that bad. Okay. Shifting forward. Rockstar Games actually got a bit of a W today. They announced something that is somewhat surprising. And I'm going to rely on some of your help in chat because I'm not too familiar with this stuff. So I want to hear your thoughts on this if you are, in fact, familiar. Rockstar Games is, quote, supporting FiveM GTA roleplay devs amid the GTA 6 online leaks. So specifically, they have brought in CFX.RE, the devs behind 5M, the biggest GTA role-playing platform, amid leaks that GTA 6 might have role-play features. This is in no way surprising to me. I think like this is a layup for Rockstar to just add support for role-play servers day one. Like have full-on native support for you like playing and role-playing as a cop, going and pulling people over. That seems like an awesome idea. All sorts of stuff like that would be super cool. GTA roleplay has been around for a few years now, with thousands of players jumping into the GTA 5 multiplayer mode to take on a new identity in different roleplay servers. The popularity of GTA roleplay has come and gone, but there is a massively dedicated community behind it. Anyone who wants to be involved with roleplay servers typically has to go through 5M. It's the main host for some of the biggest servers out there, including NoPixel. And while each server has its own team, CFX.RE are the main ones behind 5M. There have also been a number of leaks and claims that the new GTA Online that'll come with GTA 6 will have its own roleplay elements too. Those rumors will likely only escalate now that Rockstar are quote-unquote supporting the 5M team. Interesting how they phrased it. They tweeted out today, quote, "We are proud to announce that CFX.RE, the team behind the biggest Rockstar roleplay and creator communities, 5M and RedM, are now officially a part of Rockstar Games." Wow. Wow. Okay. Wow. They go on. That's right. Rockstar have now added the team and are looking to support them and the 5M and RedM platforms moving forward. So they're just bringing them in. And they're like, listen, we're not going to do what you've done as well. So you're just going to be part of us. This is one of those things that like I've always wondered why companies like Bethesda don't do. Like the team that's rebuilding Fallout New Vegas in the Fallout 4 engine, just freaking hire them and then sell that package for $20. You'll make all of that money back and a lot more. Like, why not? I honestly don't understand why they don't just do it. Have them as remote workers. You sign them up with like an actual salary. You can actually go in and like all of this can be written off too as business operating expenses because you acquire them for whatever flat fee. Or a lot of these modders, honestly, they will just like give you over the project just for giving them a job. Like that's all they really want. So you do that and then you can sell their work. Why wouldn't you do that? I don't understand it, but anyway, over the past few years, quote, "We've watched with excitement as Rockstar's creative community have found new ways to expand the possibilities of Grand Theft Auto 5 and Red Dead Redemption 2, particularly through the creation of dedicated roleplay servers. As a way to further support these efforts, we recently expanded our policy on mods to officially include those made by the roleplay creative community," the iconic game devs said. Quote, "By partnering with the CFX .RE team, we will help them find new ways to support this incredible community and improve services they provide to developers and players." The CFX team stated that their partnership with Rockstar is focused solely on 5M and RedM, and they're not involved with GTA 6. Over the past few months, GTA roleplay server devs have been urged to remove content like branded cars and clothes that could land them in legal trouble, and now that Rockstar will have somewhat of an official hand in that, expect that to continue, which only makes sense. That's wild. That's wild. So this is actually a pretty big dub. I'm going to be real. It furthers the perception I have that there's something weird going on where Take-Two Interactive is like one of the most toxic, insufferable, big corporations in the gaming industry today. They're just horrible. They just consistently make the worst decisions. They're toxic. They're just horrible. But then Rockstar comes out and they drop bomb games. You know, they just kill it every single time they release something. And then occasionally they make decisions like this, which are just like, okay, actually, that's kind of a dub. It makes me wonder how much of this, you know, came from Take-Two versus came from the actual Rockstar devs. But I think there is certainly a perception within Rockstar and within Take-Two that like if the Rockstar executives, if Rockstar game designers and stuff go to Take-Two and say, hey, we need $5 million, please. And then Take-Two's executives are like, why? Why do you need $5 million? And then they go, it's because we're doing something. Just give me money, please. We're going to do something. Strauss Zelnick is like, okay, well, here you go. I don't think they even really question it. Rockstar can kind of do whatever they want. It's like Respawn within EA. Like EA normally is like hyper aggressive and really forces them to do all sorts of stuff that they wouldn't like normally let other studios do. But because it's Respawn, yeah, no, do whatever you want to do. Not rocking the boat too much there. You guys know what you're doing. They're just looking for ways to monetize one of the most popular aspects of GTA roleplay that they can't currently monetize. Yeah, no doubt. But I mean, official support is, in my view, a good thing. And if there's official roleplay servers supported on GTA 6 Online or whatever they end up calling it, I would consider that a W. Because right now it's pretty janky, but it works. It's just a little janky. But I mean, still, the biggest thing with GTA Online for the next release is gonna be having decent anti-cheat. Right now, online is just so toxic. You can't do anything without dealing with hackers. And like, they'll even steal your accounts. They'll get you banned. They'll steal credit card information attached to your Rockstar account. It's just horrible. So I really hope that they get better. They're working on something for that at least. Luke, I had another idea for members only streams. GTA Online heists with members in private lobbies plus so many other game modes are possible. I'd be down. Yeah, maybe we do that for this next week's member only stream. We do some GTA Online. That could be super fun. It could be super, super fun. Official support is still a major W. Imagine if consoles have access to roleplay. Exactly. Well, especially because I don't think we're getting a PC version of GTA 6 for probably a year plus. They've literally never dropped PC support for, like, well, maybe not never. I think maybe back in the day, maybe they did, but like since GTA 5, certainly they have not done console release and PC launch at the same time. It's always at least a year later, sometimes more than that, like a year and a half, 2 years later. So I don't think that they're bringing PC on day one. I think it's going to be console exclusive while they work on the PC port, because the moment they bring PC support, all hell is going to break loose with hackers and cheaters, and it's going to be horrible. I can see them sell roles in the same way they did it in Red Dead Online. It's like I've been saying, I think, like, expect some junk. Expect some junk in GTA Online. It's not immune. They're expecting it to produce billions and billions of dollars. $2.5 billion in the first year. Potentially even the first few months of its existence. That's outrageous. So you just got to be prepared. It's going to be monetized out the ass. Oh man. Can you imagine if they launch it with NFTs? I don't think they would, because I think they're in tune enough that they know that that's too cringy to get away with. But can you imagine if they announced it and they're like, yeah, we have a whole platform of NFTs and stuff. All of the shirts in the game are NFTs. Dude. Grand Theft NFT. Yeah, that might be enough to get it mocked into oblivion, but who knows? The GTA fan base is pretty dedicated. They probably spin it as a joke too. Well, that's the thing, is like Rockstar, they're in tune enough with pop culture, especially the team that works on GTA, that I think they would know that no, we can't do that. Like, if we're gonna do it as a joke, but I don't think, like, maybe they sell an actual NFT for an in-game NFT that the characters can get and get teased about, but I think even in the setting that they have, that wouldn't work. Because don't the leaks say it's set in, like, is it modern day or is it set in like the 80s? I know there were rumors it was in the 80s way back in the day. I'm trying to think back to the leaks we got, that leaked gameplay footage. That all looked pretty modern. So maybe it is modern day. I don't know. We'll see. You want to see something else though? What is being claimed as the first leaked image of the of the PS5 Slim. I think this looks like a really, really poor Photoshop job. I'm going to be real. But let me know what you think. I'm I'm not so sure. I mean, this is coming from Andrew Marmo, previously of Wired and VGC News. And he says this is the first image. The first image of the PS5 Slim. I think it looks, I don't know. It just looks to me like a really kind of lame Photoshop job where they like grab the smudge tool, push this down, kind of like spread out the wings a little bit. They cut like a groove into the middle. And plus, why is it that everybody who takes a picture like this, it's always terrible quality and tiny? Like, I just don't understand it. Somebody dropped the PS5 on the floor. Yeah. Yeah, I think this looks really, really bad. Yeah, in the words of the response, cap. Just yeah, how this pic was taken. Basically, yeah, basically. I don't buy this for a minute. It looks. I mean, the only thing that makes me hesitate is that it's coming from a guy that says he was previously at Wired and at Video Game Chronicle. So it would make sense that he has connections. But I mean, this just it doesn't seem like it, you know? I want to see the source. Let's see. What is his source? New Slim version should be coming soon. The Slim version of the package cover. Is the picture here? Oh, maybe the picture is attached to this post and then... Okay. The news that broke news yesterday is right, saying that there's a strange arc in the middle and there are black gaps in the shells on both sides. It seems to say that there are 2 C ports on the front and the patterns on the back. I mean, if that's the case, if there really is a split. So, I mean, let's just say hypothetically that this is correct. All those plates you bought for Spider-Man, they won't fit. You're gonna have to buy more. You're gonna have to buy more. I don't know. But all of that said, I don't think. I mean, even if it is Slim, your plates aren't gonna work anyways. But this is just weird. I don't know what they do though. Like, what do they even make it look like? Is it just a mini PS5? Is it just a mini PS5? It's just like a little smaller. It looks like one of those knockoffs you buy on Wish.com that has like an Android phone in it. Like, I don't know how they change it. Do they totally redesign it? Do they make it into like an actual box? Do they... I don't know. I don't think that they go back to like right angles though. I would personally like if they just made like a nice rectangular box that looks like the Series S. I'd be okay with that. I prefer that form factor personally. The PS5 is so outrageously huge and clunky. Like, I can't put it on my desk. It's too big. It like would prevent me from having the speakers on, and my headphone stand wouldn't fit on the desk anymore. It's just too huge. So I would like it if it was actually kind of slim and actually small. It's the actual small form factor version of the console. I would prefer that. But what are you going to do? What are you going to do? But I don't think that they go back to just a simplistic design like that, because everything they've done so far is themed around this white plastic with the black and then mixed with the gloss black gray paneling that they also have. They did that with the series, or with the Edge 2 controller that they dropped. That's back there actually. And then they also did it with the headphones, with the PS5 itself, with the controllers. So I don't see them abandoning that design style for this whole generation. I think everything will be based around it. The PSVR 2 also did that. I think it's going to look very similar. Very similar. Perhaps the split can accommodate adding a disc unit in one of the sides. If you remove the half plate, there's rumor that it'll be an external disc unit. Yeah, I just always assumed that it was going to be something that you actually like plug into the USB-C port. It's like a little, just like the old ones you can get right now, just an external disk drive. Just a little small book looking thing, and then it just plugs into the USB port. But you're thinking that they actually have it so like it attaches and clicks onto the side of the console? Maybe. Then it's just always on. I would find that really funny though, because I'm like, just like, I guess then it's all together. I don't know. I see what you're saying though. Jim Ryan might be the worst thing that could have happened to PlayStation. I mean, we'll see. I'm trying to keep like an open mind about it. I'm trying. I don't want to be like the toxic guy that's just like, no, Jim Ryan sucks ass. He's not a real gamer. Even though I don't think he's a real gamer. But like, I think we'll mainly see the fruits of his actions in the latter half of this generation. Either way, I don't think he'll be here for next generation. It seems like they're going to kick him to the curb and get somebody else in, just kind of like they did with Sean Layden, where, and it's something they always do. It's very standard for a company to launch a console, have that executive run it through the generation, and then bring in a fresh set of eyes for the next generation. Sony's done that pretty much every single time. Xbox used to do it every single time, but then they had Phil Spencer take over like halfway through the Xbox One generation. Then he's led this one, but I would expect even Phil Spencer probably to be replaced after this generation. It's just standard operating procedure normally. But yeah, Jim Ryan, I think most of the decisions he's made will be tied up in these live service games. If Sony does not have a couple of banging live service games by the end of this generation, there is no doubt Jim Ryan like mega failed. He just did, because that's going to be his legacy. The PS5, most of that work was done before he took over to actually get the PS5 console designed and everything. But all the projects that he's greenlit, all of his acquisitions, all of the stuff he's really focused on are tied up in live service games. And most of that is going to be seen towards the end of this generation. And I would guess most of them are terrible. My personal expectation. You remember, what was that freaking, I can never remember the name of it. What's the name of that that extraction shooter they dropped that has like the $sign in it? You know what I'm talking about? It's like where you're a heist, super cringe, Fortnite mixed with Saints Row. You know what I'm talking about? Fair Games with a $sign. Look how stupid this looks. Fair Games with a $sign. This is one of Jim Ryan's like big projects. Good to see it's being received well. Let's just take it in. This is like one of his biggest projects that he's behind. If Hassan Piker got to make a gen game.
You want to know about us? Seems like everyone does these days. It's simple. Too much money and too much power is held by just a few people. And it's only getting worse.
So because they have wealth, we're going to do the only thing that we know how to do. Murder. That's all. Oh, good to see we're playing as the good guys. These guys are really likable. You know what's worse than being wealthy? Nothing. You know what's better than being wealthy? Being a murderer.
So, we decided to do something about it. Let's go.
Designer socks too, I got the swag crew. It's a haiku, I'm something like you. Might drink and drive too. Work 9 to 5s when I was in high school. These shoes here don't come out till June. This my pick, I'll crop you. Married to the game, said my I do's. Got a window seat like Erica Badu.
Now, somebody who greenlights that and starts their PlayStation showcase with that. Do you think that they really understand the consumer? Do you think they really understand what the PlayStation gamer really wants? Whether you like love PlayStation or not, they are spending millions of dollars developing this. And this is something I can tell you right now, this is going to be a flop. Oh, I'll tell you right now, I'd put some good money on this being a flop. You know how much money I'd put on it? Less than millions of dollars. Like, it boggles my mind that anybody within those executive teams thought that this would be a good idea. And like right away, response is terrible. Thanks to all of our players, but we're unfortunately ending support 1 year later vibes to it. And again, remember what I said? Perception's more important than reality. In this case, I think it's pretty clear the perception is definitely that this is going to be a flop. 100% sure that this game will have Forspoken levels of dialogue. I'm going to be rooting for the rich people. When will marketing teams learn that it's better to not waste development budget on a CGI trailer that means nothing when you can wait and show us what the game actually looks like? PlayStation showcases and states of play always have the one game that majestically misses the mark. This is it. Congratulations. Yeah. Oh, man. I'm almost 40, but even I'm getting how do you do, fellow kids vibes. Yeah, eat the rich, gamers. Just ignore the fact that we showed our game in a mega corporation sizzle reel presentation and pay us $70, please. That's probably the funniest thing about all this is that like the people that are greenlighting these projects that are like eat the rich are the rich. Like Jim Ryan is a multimillionaire. Like he's not a billionaire, but it's why it's always funny. Like the types that are always like eat the rich. They're like, well, no, but like richer than me though. Like I might be rich, but like eat the ones above me. I'm still okay. Yes, I live in like a $5 million mansion. And yes, I have more money every month come in than most people will make in 5 to 10 years. But eat the people above me, please. Not me. I'm good. I'm okay though, right? You don't mean me. You don't mean me. I have a bachelor's degree in marketing. This is so higher ups wanting a young vibe trailer made by people not in the demographic. Yeah, or at least greenlit by the people not in the demographic. Yeah, it's frustrating me that so many, like Ubisoft has had this for a long time, where it feels like so many of their characters and games are produced in a way where it's like 56-year-old men trying to figure out what appeals to the young people. And they just like hop on whatever's trending on TikTok, see like all of those kids with like the weird mullet that's shaved, and then they get perms on the top, and their like hair is all down here and kind of fluffed out, and then they have one earring, and then they keep biting their lip for some reason. They look at that and they're like, oh, so that's what young people like. Even though, frankly, if one of you guys looked like that and behaved that way, I might not talk to you. You might have left me no choice, you know? Yeah, that's what I mean. Tasked by the higher ups to people not familiar with the demo, just stats on stats. Exactly. Like it's spreadsheet creative decisions. It's insane. I wonder if us young millennials are going to be making such games for the Gen Alpha or Zoomers or something. What do you think would be our angle? I don't know. Maybe there's going to be like a phase where there's just a lot of like really, I feel like a lot of people our age are just like cracked and broken and are just like pissed about housing prices or pissed about all this, but they're not like cringe in the same way that Saints Row characters were. So it's like people that are working a job, that have a job in a dead end, job, but are also frustrated about student loans, housing, all healthcare, all of that stuff. So I think that there's like room for characters that are not super insufferable that have similar frustrations. The problem with Saints Row is that they have frustrations that we all share, but then they like don't have jobs and they're like walking around without shirts on, and it's just super cringe. Yeah. Oh, look, I'm sure when we get old, we're going to be out of touch with the problems of younger people then the same way executives are today out of touch with our issues. Oh, without a doubt. I'm ready. I'm already kind of at the point where like I listen to the trending music page on Tidal and I'm like, really? It's not like, oh, I'm already a boomer. Like occasionally, you know, I love me some Kid Laroi. I like some of the up and comers, you know. But I'm just that particular one. I'm like, there's a handful of the music that's trending nowadays. I'm like, what? Like, I'll be real. I just don't get Lizzo. I just don't understand Lizzo. I don't understand why she's popular. I don't really like her music. I don't like her performances. Now we find out like publicly that that she's like a horrible person. Shocker. Do you guys remember last year I told you? I was like, yeah, I have friends. I told you, somebody go back and find the stream. I swear to God. We talked about this on stream. And I said, I have friends and family, not gonna get specific, but friends and family who work in a job where they meet famous people pretty consistently. And they encountered Lizzo like last year, maybe, I think it was. I think last summer. No, it would have been maybe earlier this year, early in the spring. But anyway, they encountered Lizzo, and she was like the worst person they had ever met. She was toxic. She was cruel. She like would call down and have one of the butlers come up and just scream at them for not getting her ice cream and her mocha frappuccinos and all this stuff that she wanted. Like, she was just a horrible person. Yeah, you remember this story? Yeah, I talked about it. And this is before all this broke with like lawsuits filed against her for being a horrible person, for fat shaming her dancers, which let's just admit is really freaking funny. She's fat shaming people. It's just so, you can't make it up. So yeah, we talked about this well before the news broke. I don't make stuff up, baby. I make some stuff up, but I don't make that stuff up. Yeah, there's like lawsuits filed against her because she like apparently fat shames her like backup dancers pretty aggressively and like fires them and is verbally abusive and is just like a horrible person to them. And the pot is calling the kettle black, I think. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. It's just oh golly. Yeah, it was pretty funny. But all of that to say, I've never understood Lizzo, and to see that she's also not seeing a lot of positive attention right now is kind of refreshing. Yeah, you guys are right. There is a THQ Nordic showcase happening. I didn't know about this, but I guess we'll watch it. Who knew? Huh. It's about to start like any minute now. And the thing is, she deliberately hires overweight dancers. Really? Oh, dude, that makes it even better. She like hires overweight people and then gets mad at them for being overweight. Wow. There's also some incident involving a banana. Oh God. It's like the same stuff with like the Steven Crowder leaks of him. Like he had one of his employees with like they were passed out in a bus or something. And then he went and like took his thing out and like set it on the dude's shoulder and then had somebody take a picture of it. And like they tried to sell it as like, oh, he's just being funny. I'm like, dude, most people don't whip their dicks out and then put it like on their buddy. Like that's not you joking around. It's like, you know what it is? It's Cartman and Butters. It's Cartman when he goes to all of his friends and is like, hey guys, so look at this picture. I did this picture with Butters where like, what did he do first? He like put his Butters junk in his mouth with thumbs up at the camera or something. And then, and then he's like, yeah guys, that makes Butters look pretty gay, huh? And they're like, no, that makes you look gay, dude. He's like, what? Yeah, dude, you put Butters' dick in your mouth. That makes you gay. What? Nuh-uh. No. Nuh-uh. That's Steven Crowder. That's, oh man, it's so funny. It's ridiculous. And just now people are realizing like, oh, maybe that's not cool. Maybe that's not okay. Oh man. Oh yeah, the Cenat NYC thing. I'm not too familiar with it. I saw the news story. He was doing like a giveaway for something. Does anybody know what he was giving away in that car? What did people want so badly that he was giving away? But he was doing like was it seriously just a PS5? He was giving away PS5s. Well, basically Cenat, I guess while we're waiting for the event to start, let's see, Cenat NYC. Where's the actual footage of it? Yeah, this.
We start tonight.
He started like an actual mob of people like chasing him down, trying to get to the car where he was giving away the PS5. All of these people were out to meet Kai and to try and get a free PS5. So they had to deploy like tons of police officers. It like turned into a riot where they started like actually flipping stuff and climbing buildings, and then they started attacking police officers. And to be clear, like Kai didn't, I'm as far as I know, Kai didn't tell anybody to do that. Kai didn't want anybody standing on cars, which is like extremely damaging to the vehicle. I can't believe I have to say this, but like Kai didn't say to do any of this, but his fans came out and started doing all of this, I guess, to get a free PS5. And now Kai is looking at like up to a year in jail, I think, because they filed charges, which, to be clear, I think is good. I think influencers should face charges when they're responsible for stuff like that. Like Tana, I think, should have gotten charges for TanaCon. He also didn't get a permit. Yeah, he has the built-in thing though, where he can just say, listen, I didn't know that many people were going to show up. And I didn't know that they were going to do all of this. I just said, I'm coming here. I'm going to do a giveaway. I think he still knows that he's going to have thousands of people show up for him. And, you know, because if he has 5,000 fans that are going to show up, or let's even go lower. If he has 1,000 fans that are going to show up, and then they tell their friends, hey, let's go get a free PS5 from this streamer I watch. Even if they don't watch him, they're going to go show up. And all of a sudden you've got 5, 10, 15,000 people showing up, causing havoc. 8,000 plus people showed up. Jesus. Wow. Yeah, he thought 500 people were going to show. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, he has that built in as a defense where he can just say, listen, I didn't think it was going to be that bad. But 8 to 10,000 people showed up. And mobs and riots quickly kind of snowball because a lot of people who don't even know why they're there just see it and are like, yeah, sure, I'm in, and jump in. Let's see, to be fair, that's not all he said in the stream beforehand. What did he say in the stream beforehand? Can anyone here believe that I heard someone say that I Show Speed is the greatest entertainer of this generation? Oh my god, dude. I bet I could guess the IQ of somebody who said that. Like, if the standard of entertainment, or maybe the age, like the age is probably below 15, I would assume. But like that's insane to think that I Show Speed is creating like meaningful commentary or quality content is amazing. Yeah, the age and the IQ are the same number. Yeah, I think, well, even 500, I think, is probably like, that's probably still, you got to get a permit. I think if you have like more than 20 people, you need a permit for that stuff. But like all of this stuff, streamers and people that have online influence just need to face consequences when they harness their communities for good and bad things. Like if you do something good with your community, you deserve credit for that. And when you start a riot with your community, I think you also have to have to deal with that. And it's more than anything, it's more about, I think, them trying to make an example of Kai and just be like, listen, streamers, you can't just have all of your fans come out into traffic, cause damage to cars, like they got into fights with each other. Like you can't do that. You can't do it. In the same way that, like, if Justin Bieber were saying, hey, I'm going to go charge, I'm going to go hang out at this place, come meet me, and I'm going to give away a PS5 to a bunch of people, it's going to, like, cause trouble. Check out the Hassan's coverage of the whole Kai Cenat thing. He understands the whole incident, and it's depressing that a 30-year-old man would have that take. What do you mean he understands or understated? Okay, I can't read. He understated the whole incident, and it was depressing that a 30-plus-year-old man would have that take. Oh, I did see one thing where Hassan, it was a clip of Hassan in reaction to it, where he was looking at a clip of somebody, like a store owner that had some of these fans charge into his store and steal a bunch of stuff, I believe. And I could be wrong about that, but that's what I believe. I believe that's what it was. And Hassan was like, why do we even listen to this guy? He had, like, you know, some chips and stuff stolen from his. Who gives a shit? It's like, dude. Like, you should, like, I can't believe that we're just at a point now where theft and stuff, whatever. Whatever. He was taking it from a guy that owns a store. Not even a wealthy man, but just somebody who owns a store. Kai's insane defense of, or Hassan's insane take of the Kai thing.
$1,200 repair right there. Oh my God, this is when probably got random dude.
How am I not getting healed? Like, are we not playing the game? Huh?
A reaction to reaction to reaction.
Oh, dude, this poor fucking guy, man.
Look at that. They just, like, destroyed his car.
What I said.
This is like just some random guy that probably lives in the Bronx. Is like drove into the city today because he wanted to get a coffee with some new woman that he just met. He probably got divorced or his wife died like 20 years ago. Trying to start his life with this fucking kid.
Man, that sucks.
I'm telling you, bro, this is gonna be a fucking movie.
Nah, that ass though.
14 Union Square Park, right in front of the Whole Foods, bro. You feel me? Interact with your niggas.
You gonna see this big ass green sign?
Has he ever been out in public before and done like a fan meetup, or?
That's crazy. And now he's facing a year. He's not gonna get it. I mean, he's gonna get off with, like, probation. He's gonna pay some fine. It's gonna be whatever. I think they shouldn't do that, but New York especially seems really lenient on these things. Does anybody have, like, where's the clip of actually Hassan saying something insane? Oh, it was this. This is it.
Trying to stop the kids, and they...
Yeah, this is what I saw. So, like, giveaway for YouTuber and live stream turns chaotic in Union Square. They charge into this guy's store, steal stuff, and then Hassan is like, boo-hoo. Bear in mind, this guy is like a multimillionaire. He's sitting inside of his, like, $4 million, I think it is now, mansion in Los Angeles. Like, this dude makes more in a month than you'll make in 5 years, maybe in 10 years. And then he's about to try to lecture you on morality.
They hit his head, his neck, his back. The gentleman is in his 60s.
They assaulted him.
And, you know, he was talking to EMTs that were there and talking to the police that were there, giving them a report of what happened. But, you know, a totally just innocent victim in all this, that he was just doing his job, going about his day, and his business got ransacked there.
I swear, I don't think I've ever seen a clip of Hassan's stream where he's not eating.
But from where we are here, you know, it does that, the officer of circumventing them in that sense. And it from my perspective, that's...
I fucking despise local media, dude. There you go. There is no better representation of how dog water local media is and how much they exacerbate, like, narratives that you see on Fox News.
How much they exacerbate narratives? Yeah, well, that's rich. Oh, dude, it's still a little ways out. Okay. Look at his chat. Protect the property at all costs. Is this 2023 or 2020 for real? Ransacked? He's got loads of soda. Again, there were thousands of people here, and somehow local news focused on the very minor amount of damage that occurred. No damage should have occurred. That's the point. And they assaulted a dude. You're just like, whatever.
What role they play in the boomer reactionary pipeline?
Boomer reactionary pipeline. What? What? Think of the small business. They're racist. Great shot of the cop getting nailed.
Local media talking about $3 worth of Doritos. Like, there was a bank run or some shit.
He knows full well it wasn't $3 of Doritos, and he's just totally ignoring the fact that the guy got assaulted. Like, this is a problem, and he's making excuses for it. It's amazing to me.
Like, also want to fucking make it seem like
this is one of the biggest streamers on Twitch. Yes, people listen to this guy. This guy has like a lot to do with the rise of, say, Bernie Sanders. He's got a lot to do with leftist politics online. Like, I consider myself fairly liberal. I can't stand this guy. Like, I just think it was specifically his takes on politics and stuff. Like, I just don't think he's a good thinker. Let's just say that.
This is a riot that was completely out of control.
Yeah, you're going to tell me there was no damage. Look at all this stuff. They wrecked the square.
It's tragic.
What is thrown all over
porn
here?
Met with also like black unruly teenagers. Look at them.
That was just kind of brain rot.
Well, don't take my word for it. Go look at the clip. I don't want to. Oh.
No, I watched the clip. I had the same feel to it. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I saw that. But no, I think some of it was pretty bad because it was like, well, they were just dancing around. But it's like, I think dancing on cars while you're breaking them is a pretty bad statement for like.
I mean, yeah. Dude, it's just boggling my mind. Hi, babe. Oh, she's trying to carbo load me. Thank
That'd
you.
be weird to bring you just tuna salad.
Nah, I love tuna salad, dude. I can't get enough. You got like the Charlie Brown thing. It's babe, where your head's cut off. You're the adult.
See, I always think of like the Powerpuff Girls. Or he's losing his mind. So.
Yeah. Okay. Did it go okay?
I had to be the mean parent again, all by myself.
Yeah.
He got all his shots.
Ori had to go get shots this morning.
Lockie laughed.
Lockie laughed at it.
And the nurse just brought Lachlan all these stickers, and so Ori's getting shots and poked and prodded, and Lachlan's just sitting.
Lockie's living his best life. Yeah.
So,
Okay, love you. It is funny. The doctor will tell you, they're like, we don't know. They're like, it's something deep within the baby's like brain chemistry. But like an older brother who's like a year or two old with a younger brother who's a baby, for whatever reason, kids laugh their asses off when the younger brother is like, or younger sibling is like in pain. It's just something that happens. They're not really sure why, but it just happens. And so like Ori, whenever he goes to the doctor, we usually bring Lachlan too, to try to get him used to the doctor's office, just so he's not so panicked every time we go there. And so today was Ori's shots. And then the last time when Ori got shots, Ori, of course, screams and cries because he's getting a shot. But Lockie just starts giggling. He's like, like he just finds it really funny. He's like, I've been there, dude. I've been there. I've suffered. Now you have to get the shots. I'm not getting shots today. It's just funny. It's just funny. Kids are weird. Kids are freaking weird. But anyway, so with this, I just, it's so insufferable to me that somebody can be so cavalier with all of it. And it's just seemingly fine. It's baffling to me.
This is what the reality is. Notice how one fight fucking broke out in the midst of this chaos, and every single one of these scum fucking racist ass, dumbass, fucking stupid ass Twitter clout farming bitch ass accounts.
How many times did he say ass just then? I read a study where they were like, they were like, the frequency with which people repeat the same word in a given sentence is usually indicative of either extreme exhaustion, or it can also be indicative of lower vocabulary and sophisticated thinking. In other words, like if somebody just reuses the same word 15 times, got like a piece of pepper stuck right in the back of my throat. Oh golly. If somebody's just repeating the same word or same phrase over and over and over again, a lot of the time it either shows that they're super exhausted or they might be stupid. So when people have like a catchphrase that they just repeat constantly, might be a problem. But dude, he said ass like 15 times during that. I'm a little boggled.
Are literally mass every single one of these scum fucking racist ass,
okay.
Dumbass,
okay.
Stupid
ass, okay. 3.
Twitter clout farming, bitch ass
okay.
accounts are literally like violent mobs are wreaking havoc, or people saying like looting is occurring.
Yeah, dude, maybe he is like Ali G. Maybe this is like a big performance piece. I don't know. I just don't know why there's like this weird fetishism over like mass hordes of people rioting and causing property damage. That's like, yeah, go get them. I just don't get it.
Those people. You had 8,000 teenagers in one location, and all you got was one goddamn video that you want to cultivate a narrative over. Like, the situation itself is already chaotic enough. The fact that you have to also take additional.
I like how he's just like, yeah, there's like thousands of teenagers. So really, there should have been a lot more damage. Like, what kind of teenagers are you hanging out with, dude? Like, no, teenagers shouldn't be doing any of this. It shouldn't be acceptable at all.
Ways of cutting racist ass content is so stupid.
And it's not racist. Like, who gives a crap what race they are? Like, from the helicopter view, you can't even see what race they are. Who has any idea? Doesn't matter. People are just like, hey, can we not assault people and then like rob some stores and jump on people's cars who haven't done anything wrong? Like, please.
Honestly, I was inciting a riot. They might not get him on the permit stuff or whatever, but inciting, please. No, he was not inciting.
I mean, I agree. I don't think he's going to be found guilty of anything because he just asked people to go meet up. Maybe there's some law that they can pull out where it's like it was reckless or something. Because I think it was reckless to ask on a stream of thousands and thousands of people, like tell them you're going to give away PS5s and stuff like it. Of course, I think that's going to cause potentially problems when you're somebody of Kai's standing with his popularity. So I think it was reckless. I don't know if there's like any law that you could actually get him on. I don't think like he was inciting a riot or anything. So I would agree with that. But I think they're going to try to make an example of him so streamers don't do that kind of thing again.
He just made the mistake of being black and being near cops. That was the mistake.
Okay. I guess if we're just saying stuff, I don't know. It's just clear to me, like if XQC did the same thing, XQC would have had, I don't know if these were like 15, 16-year-olds. XQC probably would have had an army of 7-year-olds just charging through the streets. At least if they were jumping on cars, it probably wouldn't do much damage because they don't weigh much. But so maybe XQC could have gotten away with it then. Oh man, it's just this is the thing where people just like say stuff and they're like, well, they're sitting in a nice chair with a microphone, so they must know what they're talking about. What were Kai's charges? Charged after the riots. It was deemed as an unpermitted and not sanctioned event, grew rapidly to thousands of young people who attacked officers instead of complying with orders to leave. The chief implored parents to step in. I had thousands of kids out there. I needed thousands of parents, Madry said. When it gets to the point where it's disorderly, we want the parents to come and take control. Yeah, because if they don't come and take control, then you have to whip out pepper spray and bring out the riot shields, and nobody wants that to happen. Everybody would like them to just disperse, but it turns into like this kind of madness.
A video game influencer is accused of...
Sorry, that's just such a boomer way of describing it. A video game influencer.
Causing a riot in New York's Union Square after he promoted a PlayStation 5 console giveaway and now is facing criminal charges.
ABC's Trevor Alt has the latest on those injured and what's next for the social media influencer.
This morning, the streaming star whose announced giveaway turned into pandemonium on the streets of...
Yeah, dude, come on. They're throwing stuff at the cops. You're going to tell me they have to hold the board up so they don't get hit with stuff people are throwing? And they're all filming it. They're all have their phones out. It's like Coachella. Everybody's hanging out. This is what you do on the... I don't know what day this was, but this is what you do in the afternoon. Like, I don't know how you look at this and you're like, it's really not that big of a deal, guys. Like, I just don't know. What was Hassan eating? Like paint chips or? Gotta be eating something pretty toasty to have that take.
Streaming star whose announced giveaway turned into pandemonium on the streets of New York City has now been charged with a felony. Authorities arresting more than 60 people in the incident, saying several others, including some officers, were injured.
I'm scared I'm gonna get hit by something. I can't turn my back.
The crowd had gathered to see massively popular influencer Cenat, who last week announced plans for a meet and greet Friday in Manhattan's Union Square, where he said he'd be giving away merchandise worth thousands of dollars.
We're doing PS5s, PCs, keyboards, mouse pads.
How much security? You know you're gonna have to have like 20 security out. You know, right?
No.
The NYPD claims Cenat never told them about the plans. Friday afternoon, thousands poured in. People seem climbing on.
Like, come on, you're gonna tell me that, like Hassan said, there were $3 of Doritos stolen, and the media's overreacting to this. They're jumping on somebody's poor car and stomping on it. Cuz? Why? Yeah, he said teenagers dancing on the street? Come on, dude.
On cars, statues, and subway stations, with multiple fights breaking out.
We have people bleeding. Groups of people are fighting in the Union Square 4, 5, and 6 train.
As the police response grew, Cenat still touted the giveaway.
$100 gift cards all here, bro. We gonna go crazy.
Telling his audience on his live stream to be safe, but also saying everybody for themselves, there's a war.
Oh, God. Okay, he might actually face some pretty hardcore charges. That's bad. If you're gonna, like, remember what Trump did when the January 6th stuff was happening, and then he, like, refused to call in the National Guard and, like, to tell his people to go away, like, and to disperse and stuff until it was basically too late. This is like that. Like, yeah, this is bad. Okay, I didn't know he said this. This is bad. When you're like, well, there's a war outside, so he knows it's a problem. He's not telling them to disperse, which if he did that, then at least he can say, no, I tried to calm him down. We left. We said the giveaway's canceled. He didn't do that. Instead, he's like, yep, everyone for themselves.
Out there.
Yeah, he's screwed.
This SUV was then captured speeding away with crowd members hanging on. Cenat believed to be inside. The streaming star later questioned by authorities, seen here leaving a police precinct, and he's now charged with riot in the first degree causing public injury, a Class E felony, and also charged with inciting a riot and unlawful assembly.
Yeah, I mean, those charges, that sounds like he could actually get caught in those. Riot, first degree causing public injury, because it was his responsibility, inciting a riot. I wonder what the law in New York, how much time do we have? 5 minutes. New York law inciting a riot. Because does it have to be intentional? Under our law, a person guilty of inciting a riot. This is New York specifically, right? Yeah, New York City. Okay. And it's .gov, so it's real. Okay, under our law, a person is guilty of inciting a riot when he or she urges 10 or more, only 10 or more persons to engage in tumultuous and violent conduct of a kind likely to create public alarm. Like when he says there's a war outside. Everyone for themselves, there's a war outside. Kind of like that. Yeah. In order for you to find the defendant guilty of this crime, the people are required to prove from all the evidence in the case beyond a reasonable doubt the following element: that on the date in question, in the county in question, the defendant, so Kai, urged 10 or more persons to create, 10 or more persons to engage in tumultuous, okay, like we said. If you find the person to be proven, they're guilty of the crime, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, he's probably guilty of that. Yeah, he's on video basically doing that. Maybe in the full context of the video, he tells them to disperse and it's not a problem. That's bad. If he didn't say that, he might get away with it. But he basically admits there's a war outside. For yourself, everybody for themselves. Everybody fight for themselves. Whatever. That, I don't know how you defend that. I don't know. Where is it? Okay, use this for the event. Okay, Rocky, I got you. Hold on, let me swap tabs. Streamer friendly. That's nice that they have a dedicated streamer friendly link. Okay. There we go. I have the updated one. Thank you, Rocky. Appreciate you. Let's be real. New York City DA actually holding on to those charges. Right. Yeah. I don't know. There's two ways it could go. It could be either that they just fold and drop the charges, or it could be that like Kai's fans start calling the district attorney's office and being super toxic and trying to do all of that. Even without him wanting them to, but just doing that. And then they say, okay, screw this guy. And then they try to make an example of him. Like those charges clearly are designed to try and punish the figurehead for it. Which, I mean, those sound clips and the videos are pretty damning. Those are pretty damning. He posted on an Instagram story, please be safe, while sharing news coverage. Yeah, the influencer's intention had been to create a positive experience, but we never experienced anything at the scale of what took place yesterday. So yeah, his lawyers got involved pretty quick. We are deeply disheartened by the outbreak of disorderly conduct that affected innocent people and businesses and do not condone that behavior. We apologize to all those impacted. We are fully cooperating with local authorities. He said, please be safe. He was out of the vehicle, so he got out, interacted with the crowd. That's also kind of key to inciting the riot. And then he just said, yeah, everything was just bombarded with people. It doesn't sound like he ever said, everybody go home. If they have him on video saying like, okay, everybody go home. This is getting scary. We're canceling the giveaway. Everybody go home. Stop it. Then he can at least say that he tried to calm it down. He might have he might still be responsible, or he might still be guilty of inciting the riot in that case. But at least then he can say like, in good faith, I tried to shut it down. But with him telling everybody to basically everybody for themselves, there's a war outside. That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. Oh man. Oh geez. Yeah, we're 2 minutes out from the full thing. This is Rat Quest, The Way Back Home. Looks cute. Looks cute. We're in the pre-show still. Luke, Hassan also thinks that theft in retail stores should be okay because that's redistribution of wealth. Hassan actively supports retail store theft and says let people steal. Oh, I've seen some people say that. That's baffling to me. But what's insane is that he has a fan base of millions of people. Millions of people watch him, and so presumably like appreciate and value his opinion on things. If that doesn't break your heart, I don't know what will. Hopefully his audience just grows up and realizes once they have some things of their own that's like they'll be eaten by the mob just as quick. I'm nothing against the kid, but I am tired of these children who have these massive disconnect from reality because they've grown up on the internet. They all need to be slapped by reality. Well, that's why, like, honestly, the people that are jumping on those cars and stuff that are on video doing that, I do hope that they make arrests in that and they get charges for that, because they did destroy property. It doesn't matter if like everybody else is doing it and it looks fun. No, you destroyed property that wasn't yours. You deserve to suffer the consequences of it. Like, this is not that complicated. But somebody like Hassan comes in and is like, no, down with the wealthy. It's like, the dude wasn't wealthy. He's just some guy working like, he's the guy you allegedly are fighting for, trying to drive into the city, and then you're trying to tear him a new one and say that he should have, like, it's not a big deal that his stuff got destroyed. It's just baffling me. But okay, let's see what they have to show, THQ.
To visit her uncle at Cenat.
Oh no, slightly. I was like a minute behind. Okay.
It's been a while since I last talked to anyone like this. Things are pretty good. For once, I got a job. Taking a client to visit her uncle at Cenat. You know what that is? It's a place where you go when you need a vacation. But it's your family who thinks you should go rather than something you decided on your own. I'm sure it's a fine institution, but that place always felt inevitable to me. Like I'm chained to it. Or like it's keeping me around for something. Like there's something I'm supposed to do. Like, what am I supposed to do? Why the hell do I wake up hearing that damn voice? I know what it sounds like. But it's not what you think. I'm not afraid of that place. I don't want to dig up the past.
Yeah. I'm trying to catch up to the live.
Whoa, kid! It's so beautiful! It's a snow day. The most magical of days in a young child's life.
What?
Yes! Yes! There's no skiing! It's a snow day!
What?
Hey, new kid! It's a snow day, dude! No skiing, everybody! No skiing!
Okay, I'm into it. We'll see what it is. Anything South Park, I'm in for. Okay, we're almost caught up to the live.
I taught him that every choice counts. The choices he made changed his life and ours. He remembered Adelpha as a vast and beautiful ecosystem where every living thing has its place and its purpose. But the invaders brought Sankra to our world and disconnected us from each other. You see, it is not enough just to climb every tower, as you might do on Earth. One must uncover how everything in our world is part of a whole. The many hidden relations that connect all living things on Adelpha in perfect harmony. discovered our secrets, learned how to nurture our creatures, nourished our plants, to understand that they only grow together. And he learned to influence this delicate system for the better. The more effort he put in, the greater the impact. A true hero starts his journey any place he chooses, and eventually makes a difference everywhere he goes. By influencing the balance, supporting the resistance, and defying the invaders with just the right strategy.
So it's like Avatar.
In return, our planet would grant him the powers of the gods. But you can't become a citizen of Adelpha and change our world without it changing you as well.
Looks interesting. It's like Just Cause meets Avatar.
So, how did you create that? Well, so I started back in Red Hill County, you know, over along the coast. But then I split the track between Grizzly River and Smoky Hill. Turned one half into a western town, and the other one into a crazy stadium with dinosaurs and jet skis. Just watch. All by yourself? Well, Bubba, Sarah, and Scooter all helped me. Once we found out about the loops, things got a little out of hand. So, what do we do now? What do you think? We play! Oh, wait. What? Do you really want to race in that?
Yeah.
I got you. Satisfied? Much better.
Recreation. Okay. Not my kind of game, but
Tell a tale of mortals, bound by fate's golden strands. Tell of their laughter, their struggles, their glory. Tell of warlike Sparta, Fate destined them for godlike greatness.
But the gods had other plans.
Yeah, I'm intrigued so far. I don't know what the game actually is. Cinematics don't tell you a whole lot.
Their ambition angered the goddess.
Like historical fiction where the gods are real.
And winged retribution showed them no mercy.
Oh, that's cool.
Staining their strands with darkness. But don't cut it short.
Tell us the whole story.
Tell us about hope.
Titan Quest 2, baby. I'm just gonna Google Titan Quest 1, just so I know what kind of game it even is. So it's like an isometric, it was a top-down 2006 role-playing game in the hack and slash genre. Weird, okay.
Orders, Major. Obtain safe passage home. Reach Vladivostok on an armored train. Command Czechoslovak soldiers stranded in a hostile land. Explore war-torn cities.
This voice is
and the
super
Siberian
familiar.
countryside. Deploy squads from the train to explore the surrounding area. Lead your soldiers in real-time tactical battles. Move behind enemy lines. Prepare to fight your way to freedom. Face challenging situations and unexpected obstacles. On this relentless journey, you will realize that your troops are not units, but people. Do whatever it takes to prevail and keep your soldiers alive. Watch them rise through the ranks and unlock new skills. Your train will require constant care and attention. Instruct your crew to manage the train efficiently.
I like it.
Repair combat equipment and craft spare parts. Realize the train's full potential by unlocking new upgrades and enhancing its durability. Reach a safe depot and exchange cars or locomotives. Stockpile and trade supplies. Keep going, or the suffering and loss of all those under your command will have been in vain. This is your last train home.
I mean, I would play that. That looks fun. Saving Private Nikolai. Oh, that's good. I like that. Frozen bite.
Come on.
Hey. Hey. Get that plank over there.
Oh, more co-op games.
Yeah. Shield charge it. Yeah. Hey.
Hey.
Who are these people?
Get behind me.
And their goth friend. Everybody has one. That's most definitely what's up.
Yeah.
No worries. It's pretty easy.
Pizza delivery driver. What kind of house is this?
Yes! Let's go, guys!
Where do they find these people? Yeah, it takes four.
Yay! Yes!
Ready for round two?
Yeah,
sure.
That was like the weirdest trailer ever. I'm sorry, guys. The game looked fine. I just don't know why it was like. Anyway, that was that was weird. A one-eyed frog. Space music. It's like cutesy Factorio. But like also mixed with Pikmin. Huh. Closed beta. Lion Simulator? Oh, the Hunter game. Way of the Hunt. Okay, we're live. Okay, we caught up.
Battle command uplink initializing. Please stand by.
The Dynasty have amassed an enormous army right under our noses. And as of 10 minutes ago, while the GDF Council was debating whether to even respond, the Dynasty have launched attacks across our western border. They've been planning this for God knows how long.
Harvesting operation sighted.
SciComm, Code Red. Issue an immediate retreat order to all GDF units in 10 miles. Get our troops out of there. Weapons free. These things fire, fire back. Get our drone fleet in the air and get me a satellite pointed at this. I want to know what the hell we're dealing with.
I
and reinforcements on their way to you. Pull that base apart.
We've discovered a strange property. On a large scale, the event could be catastrophic. Get me one of these missiles, Commander.
Playable preview available now. How refreshing is this? Like, available now. Play it now. THQ Nordic presents Alchemia Interactive. I don't know them. Pirates?
Off your ass! And you ain't paid your nugs yet? Oh, fuck me.
Do the same for that one. Hey!
What?
War.
Hey, you! Get out of here!
Calm down. I'm going.
Good choice.
You have a good day, too. Don't have fucking excuses. You think this is a joke or what? The only reason you're still breathing! Scum! What's it, you idiot?
What a fool.
One at a time, boys.
There's the line.
You had your share, mate. Get lost. Get lost. Nobody
Oi, you twat!
What was that?
Sorry, you fucking twat! Mess him up! Bring it on!
Time to put that booty to good use. Still taking bets? Sure. That's a big boy. Come on, fry him! Yeah! I really thought you could get away with this, eh? Wait.
The Witcher. In development. Okay. Yeah, it was Gothic. It's weird they didn't just write the name on it. You know, like...
What's the matter, Emily? Why are you so sad all the time? Nothing is the matter. Nothing at all. There's nothing for me to be sad about. Nothing to do, to love, to see, to be. I just feel...
They keep doing these weird, like, high school monologues.
That's all right. I think we're all like that at times. I'm fine. I get up every morning, go to work, and time goes by. 10 years now. More even since he died. He died a hero.
It's spoken word poetry.
He died, so now nobody
What's
asks
up?
anymore. Nobody asks, what's the matter, Emily?
It's like Cartman's spoken word poetry. I was not the bullet. I was not the gun. Okay.
Still taking bets? Sure.
Little wrap up. Maybe one more thing.
It's a snow day!
What am I supposed to do?
Okay. They have 37 games in development, therefore 20 are still unannounced after this showcase. Okay. Well, I mean, jeez, I kept pressing the wrong button. There were like a couple there that I think were worth like keeping an eye on. I don't know if a ton of those were fantastic, but they tend to target much more niches. Lachlan's in his big boy bed, just reading his book right now. It's supposed to be nap time, but he's not doing nap time. He's reading a book. So naughty. So naughty. Titan Quest 2, the Gothic remake is interesting. Yeah. I don't know. Not bad. Not the worst showcase we've seen this year for sure. The Last Ronin is the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle game that's going to be like God of War. Oh, weird. Yeah, no, I mean, that would be interesting. What was the other one that they just dropped? It was, hold on. Alone in the Dark, didn't they just have the prologue drop? Planned for October. I just still don't even know what the game is. It's a reimagination of the 90s cult classic. Is it like a point and click? No, it looks like it's like a third person. But I'll add it to my wish list. Can't hurt. Then they have the prologue available. Think Silent Hill. Okay.
Where thousands of young to salvation have gone. Oh God, she knows I'm one.
Don't let them get inside, Compare. They're not the good kind.
Derceto isn't cursed or blessed. It's a battleground.
Maybe the Dark Man just likes it when you suffer.
Have you ever talked to a doctor about your condition?
This is madness!
Are you crazy?
Fall on your knees, wear the mask, praise his name!
Welcome to the madhouse, Detective.
Okay. Interesting. Pieces Interactive. I'm not familiar with them. Let's look them up. Pieces Interactive. Pieces Interactive. Founded in 2007, they're part of Embracer Group. Shocker. What else have they done? Titan Quest Atlantis, Titan Quest Ragnarok, Magica 2. Are we back? Are we back? I think we are. I think we are. Without even having to do another link. Okay. That was weird. I don't know. I'm gonna be real. Not sure what happened there. It just stopped sending more than like 240 kilobytes or kilobits a second. And then I hit stop streaming and then start streaming again, resume interrupted stream, and now it's back to sending what it was. It just, I guess for a minute was like, nope, I'm done. I'm done. I don't want to do anything more. My computer's very whiny. I reset my home router thinking it was me. Oh no, it was me. It's usually me. Nice try, Rocky. No. Hassan was in chat and got salty. It was crazy, man. Oh, golly. It's Hassan, you're talking shiz. It just goes to show you, like, anybody can, like, get massive flack for a horrible take and still have a ridiculously successful platform. It's just wild. It's wild. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, anyway. Yeah, the whole Hassan story is just it like actually frustrates the hell out of me. I'm gonna be real. Did you see Ethan from H3 rolled XQC? He got XQC doing the worm. Yeah, literally doing the worm. That was one of the cringiest things I've ever seen. Like, that was difficult to watch. It really was. I just, like, man. It was tough to watch. It was tough to watch. Yeah, look, like, even right now, Hassan has 20,000 people in chat. And then like 20,000. That's just crazy. And it's moments like these where I look at Twitch and the numbers on Twitch and I'm just like, I don't understand it, because Twitch is, like, in a lot of ways an inferior platform. But then again, YouTube is doing nothing to help themselves. It's really frustrating. I've looked into the just restreaming and streaming everywhere at the same time. It would just add a little bit of latency, but that wouldn't be the end of the world. I don't know what manosphere is. Kastra, I'm going to be honest. What is manosphere? If it's like feeding hungry children in Africa, I don't really want to speak out against it. So, like, I don't know what it is. Oh, man. Destiny and 5 other people literally prepped XQC for the debate for about 2 to 3 hours, but then he ended up doing the worm and he still thought he won. Yeah, like, I just think he's... I think he, I'm always baffled. I don't know if XQC is as dumb as XQC acts like he is. I think he hams it up a lot. I don't think he's actually that dull. But I do think he's horrifically out of touch. And I do think that he has a crazy high opinion of himself, even though he also comes off as very, very insecure, which is why he's always doubling down on like his wealth being like his defining feature. So I think there's like multiple layers to it. But yeah, XQC is just a weird person. I seriously don't know who watches his stuff. It's got to be 12-year-olds. Like, I've never met somebody who watches XQC. Well, we met somebody in chat who did, but you know, in person. Oh yeah, everybody like the stream or Rocky will break the stream again. It's true. Everybody like the stream, and he'll do it. He'll do it. Rocky, you can't control Rocky. The manosphere is what they are calling the group of influencers to make those alpha male content podcasts with a circle of women debating a guy or two. Oh, really? Manosphere is content geared towards men. The whatever podcast is a good example. Or maybe Charisma on Command. Oh, weird. Okay, yeah. I've never watched those podcasts, so I don't know specifically what they do or what they say or offer, so I won't pretend to know anything about them. But if you're talking, like, if you're saying that the manosphere is like the Andrew Tate types, then yeah, the Andrew Tate type. Okay. Yeah, the Andrew Tate stuff is really cringy to me. For one, I don't know how anybody finds Andrew Tate to be inspirational. The guy talks like he's a goldfish who's drowning, and he's like he is an admitted sex trafficker. So I don't know how anybody defends him. But beyond that, it just seems to me that if you are one of those people that has to claim and clearly specify that you're an alpha male, you definitely are not. Okay. It's one of those things like saying you're humble. If you say you're humble, you're probably not humble. Okay. Like, you should look for role models that are successful and don't have to tell you about how successful they are. You can just see how successful they are. Somebody that's constantly trying to flex and ties their identity in fancy cars and the like size of the breasts of the women that they're trafficking is probably not somebody that should be your role model. I think you should find somebody else to look up to. But like, that's specifically like the Andrew Tate types. If you have, like, I remember back in the day, I watched a guy on YouTube. I don't remember what his username is. But he did like videos on men's fashion, or like as a dude, how to like trim a beard, and like it talked about trying to help men increase their self-confidence and stuff. Like, I've seen videos like that, and back out of high school, I remember watching those, and those were helpful for me because I just felt like it wasn't something that men were often taught about or that was discussed. Is like, yeah, how does a guy dress nice? How does a guy put on a cologne? You know, at the time that there just wasn't any content for it. So I remember watching stuff like that, and that stuff's fine. I think there should be content geared towards men. There should be content geared towards women. There already is a lot for either side. But like, specifically the like alpha male meat or Liver King weird Andrew Tate hybrid stuff is just super cringe. You know? Super cringe. I think he's called alpha male because I remember seeing a guy who just yelled everything. Isn't that what an alpha does? Yeah, I don't know. It's every time I've seen like a hardcore fan of somebody like Andrew Tate, I see them and I'm like, oh, that makes sense. You know, it's like the Sneeko types. Where you're like, okay, so I don't believe in the whole alpha male, beta male thing. It's just not a thing. Like, it's all a spectrum, and there are some people who are more assertive, some people who are more successful, some people who are less so, but they have other things in life that fulfill them. Like, I don't think that a stay-at-home dad is any less of an alpha male than a like Andrew Tate who drives a fancy car. Like, I don't see why they're at all related. It's just that person found meaning in their life this way. You found it in a hunk of metal that moves fast. So I just don't buy into that whole thing. But even though I don't buy into the whole alpha male thing, most of the people that are into alpha males are betas. Just gonna say it. Anyway, with all this, Yeah, man, like there's some big-ish streamers over here. Yeah, Hassan chilling with 23,000 people. That's wild. Dude, I just don't even know how you'd keep up with 23,000 people in chat. Like, you guys with like a handful of hundreds of people, I lose track of stuff and I can't keep up, but like 20,000? We had a couple of Hogwarts Legacy themed streams that were at like 1,000 to 2,000 and I couldn't keep up with it. So I don't even know what I'd do with like 20,000. Like, Jesus Christ. Disco! That's most definitely what's up.
2013 super chatted $20. I don't believe Andrew Tate actually trafficked any women. He has, however, admitted to using women to gain wealth through PR on sites. I don't think that is trafficking, unless we change definitions.
Well, the specific thing, my understanding of it, is that there's the idea of, or what he admitted to was taking women, contacting them through like Instagram DMs, and then they would come and move to his house because he'd be promising them a life of luxury, of wealth. They could be his girlfriend, blah, blah, blah. And then they get there. And the big debate, it seems, that's going to be present in those Romanian courts is whether or not he allowed them to keep access to their passports. That seems to be the primary thing that's kind of hinging on a handful of the charges, because the women are saying that he basically kept their passports separate from them so they couldn't leave even if they wanted to. He's saying no, they could leave at any time. They would just lose all of the money and stuff that he was holding on to them because he would do their taxes for them. So I think no matter how you bend it, he's still an asshole. And like what he's admitted to is very nasty, like, and really terrible in a lot of ways. But yeah, it's really, really weird. I don't know how Romanian tax laws work. What he would tell the women, though, is that he was doing their taxes for them. And then he's admitted this on video. He said that then he would take some off the top for processing and handling all of that for them. So he'd tell them he was doing their taxes, and then he would just take like 50% of their income or 30% of their income or whatever it was off the top, which is what a pimp does. So like he just admitted to being a pimp, you know, like, and it's not even really up for debate. Like he's admitted this word for word in videos he posted because he felt untouchable. So, yeah, a digital pimp, basically. Yeah. A digital pimp. So I don't know. We'll see how it plays out. I won't pretend to understand Romanian courts, but it seems like he's in trouble. And even if he's found innocent on those charges, and if he didn't do all of those things, based on what he admitted on video, he's still a prick. Like, he's still somebody that I would find morally and ethically detestable in almost every single way. Let's see. Oh yeah, how would you keep up with the crazy big chats? You'd have to exclusively read the donation chats. Yeah, well, and I mean, with somebody like Disco Cobra, it's a $20 super chat, which is ridiculously generous. Yeah, no, I mean, I'd be happy to do that. But, yeah. Christian, I understand your annoyance with his take, oh, you're talking about, Hassan. Your annoyance with his take on, I lost it. Hold on. With the Kai thing, but, like a bunch of streamers had the same take. I don't know why he gets focused on so much hate when he mostly just covers the news. I think it's just because his audience is gigantic. When you have an audience and you're just chilling on a Friday afternoon at 2 p.m. with 23,000 people in chat, you have a lot of eyeballs on you, so you're gonna reap the repercussions of having really bad takes that go out to a ton of people, you know. So I think it just comes with the territory. Yeah, big streamers can't keep up. They just read their super chats. Yeah, I popped into a Tim the Tatman stream, and he was like, just started streaming. He's like, yeah, and if I could get a $250 donation to start the day, that would be awesome.
Not at all defending him, just clearing it up. Some may consider it trafficking, but it was consensual. Most of the women have even come out and said he did nothing. Might agree with some of his takes. Don't like him, though.
Yeah. No, I agree. I care about the truth of the matter, and I think it's good of you to try and whittle it down and be specific. I don't know exactly what the charges are in Romania, like what the verbiage is. Like we looked up the thing that Kai is facing, and those charges, based on the definition we saw in the New York court document, it seems pretty clear that what he said on video makes him guilty of those charges, as far as I can understand it. So if I was in the jury, I would probably have to vote guilty. Even though I don't think like all of it's his fault. Clearly it got out of control, but the fact that he didn't take steps to disperse the crowd, you know, all that, it just makes it clear. But yeah. Anyway, I appreciate you being precise with it. And again, another $20. I appreciate the hell out of you. That's wonderful. Let's see. Kai was trying to help people get out of the crowd. I think our point, though, Epic, is that based on the terms and the verbiage of the law of what he's been charged with, he is guilty of inciting the riot still by that definition, because the law doesn't say he's guilty of it unless he tried to disperse the crowd. I think that makes it so he gets a lesser punishment, because clearly he didn't mean to cause harm. He tried to end it. Like, he was acting in good faith, which usually helps you with sentencing and things like that. But even if he did in fact do that, he still is guilty of what that particular charge is, which is inciting more than 10 people to cause a public disturbance, which by definition he did do, and then some by having 8,000 people there. So I think still by the term of what's written in the law, he would still be guilty, even if he did act in good faith, you know. Luke, read the DualShockers article. Sorry, AC Mirage is too short. It pretty much sums up the casual audience the AAA developers caters to. Oh, really? Hold on, you said it was DualShockers, AC Mirage too short. Okay, let's look at this. Am I the only one disappointed by Assassin's Creed Mirage's short length? Says Kyle Knight of DualShockers, published 2 hours ago. I'd quite happily sink another few hundred hours into another Assassin's Creed game. Oh my God. Oh God. Oh God. Here we go. 140 hours. Period. That's roughly how long it took me to complete Assassin's Creed Valhalla, or as real fans call it,
Assassin's Creed Valhalla.
And its 3 accompanying expansions. Apparently, that's a pretty fast run as things go, given it took DualShockers' own Vlad almost 400 hours and left him never wanting to touch an open world game again. But in fairness, I wasn't searching for every nook and cranny hidden across England. I was simply following Ivor's journey from start to finish. And you know what? I had an absolute blast. So much so that I'm incredibly disappointed by the news that the next AC game, Mirage, will only be 20 to 24 hours long. This is a sentiment that is certainly not echoed amongst the gaming community. In fact, I might be the only person on planet Earth who wants Mirage to be the same length as Valhalla. Why, you might ask? Well, there's a multitude of reasons. First of all, I want to hear what he's saying in regard to like the fact that it's meant to be an homage to older games, because like specifically older games were shorter, and that's part of the reason people are excited. This is starting to sound like the No Man's Sky guy. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Give him a fair shot. I'm going to give him a fair shot. When I first started AC Valhalla all the way back in 2020, I gave it roughly 10 hours before deciding it simply wasn't for me. There was once a time when I was a huge fan of AC, but once Ubisoft decided to go down the RPG route with the likes of Origins and Odyssey, I had the same thought as many others. This doesn't feel like Assassin's Creed. It was only earlier this year that I gave Valhalla another go after setting myself a New Year's resolution to actually complete the games that I start. I foolishly picked one of the longest games imaginable to kick it off, but nevertheless, I was absolutely hooked from the moment I jumped back in. I'd never been a fan of massive open world RPG titles, so in my sudden passion for Valhalla, It took me by surprise. I actually enjoyed how much there was to do in Valhalla and how I could embark on different activities each session. Sometimes I could spend hours completing river raids, while other times I might dedicate a session to hunting down members of the Order. Although it may seem daunting at first, I loved how never-ending it felt. Okay. I mean, there are some people who get into one game and they will play it like this. And for those people, I mean, this is everything they want. So you can see that. The voice acting and characters pulled me into each little story I stumbled upon. I only needed to take a few steps through my settlement to be approached by an NPC and suddenly embroiled in a riveting side quest, whether that be... Okay, so he's having a great time. Broke it down into sections. Loved that. Because a large number of players felt overwhelmed by Valhalla's length, the reception to Mirage's shorter playtime has been well received. But in the same way, bigger doesn't equal better, shorter doesn't equal better either. I would have much rather Ubisoft refine the Valhalla formula before completely abandoning it. Okay, I mean, I think that's just factually wrong. They're not abandoning it. It's just now they're doing more. And this is something to be just... You know what I have to do. You know what I have to do. What Ubisoft is doing is like big games like Valhalla were like this. And they had little bubbles. And these were like bubbles focused towards certain play styles. So like this might be stealth. This bubble might be the melee fans. And then this bubble is like the roguelite stuff. So I'm just going to do RL. So like the river raids and stuff like that. And then this over here is the base building. Base. And then this right here is a bubble for... What else is there? Just maybe open world adventure stuff. People who like big open worlds. And then this little bubble is for stealth. Or is for like classical AC fans. Do that. We have stealth up here, but like little Assassin's Creed stuff. So Valhalla was trying to do all of this at the same time, and I don't think it did any of it particularly well. What they're doing now is, instead of having all of this under one gigantic bubble like an AC Odyssey or an AC Origins, what they're going to do is they're going to have a singular bubble that's meant for stealth, and then they're going to have another bubble over here that's for the open world fans, and then they have another bubble over here that's for like the melee fans. Melee. And then instead of these all being under the same banner, these are going to be their own standalone games. One's going to be Red, one is going to be Hexe, and so they're just segmenting it all. So to say that they've just abandoned Valhalla's like structure and they just aren't doing it, it's just not true. They're just doing it in a different game. And Mirage is meant to be that bubble that specifically targets people who like the stealth, or rather the old school Assassin's Creed games. So it's literally not made for him. Valhalla. Yeah. So Valhalla didn't feel like an Assassin's Creed game, which I think is its biggest downfall. Ubisoft doesn't need to completely remove the RPG elements from future installments, instead integrate the two in a better manner. Give us more time. I think this whole article though is built on a misunderstanding and a misconception. It is not that, like, they have not abandoned the structure of Valhalla. They're doing it still, just in a different game. And Mirage is not meant to be that game. And so he's writing this as though they've just completely walked away from that, and they haven't. Yeah, unfortunately, Ubisoft has focused so heavily on returning the series to its roots with Mirage that it looks like many of the RPG elements are going to be removed. They will be, because it's not supposed to be that kind of game. From the gameplay that has already been shown, it looks like things such as skill tree, gear, leveling system have been cut down massively, which obviously explains the much shorter length. Mirage still could have been a massive open world game with plenty to explore and grind out, but it just needed to retain what the series had already built for 16 years. Yeah, again, it just seems like this whole thing is built on a misunderstanding. I'm also a little worried about the pricing and the fact that Mirage was originally intended to be a DLC. So he knows it was intended to be a DLC. It wasn't supposed to be a big open world game. It was supposed to be a DLC. Priced at $50, it's actually a pretty good price on the face of things, but the fact that similarly length games like Far Cry 6, Watch Dogs Legions, and Immortals Phoenix Rising cost 70 or 60 on launch, that makes me a little wary, as Ubisoft found its generous side and is now offering us a AAA game at an unusually low price, or are they cutting corners somewhere? No, they're just pricing it smaller because they're saying, like, listen, $70, we're going to price that at the full price AAA price point, and these other games we're going to price lower because they're smaller in scope, and so that's what we're going to do. Like, again, I just think this whole thing is just written and based on a misunderstanding of what they're doing. It is not that they are abandoning Valhalla and the structure set therein. They're just doing that in other games that are not Mirage. And Mirage is not supposed to be that. But there is going to be some growing pains because Ubisoft's entire strategy now is to make those individual games that target each individual audience instead of doing it all in one big game. And I think a lot of people are going to see games like Mirage and be like, oh my God, AC is dead now. This is so much smaller and a worse bang for the buck than Valhalla was. And it's like, yeah, but that's because it was designed to be like that. So yeah, I just think this whole thing is just based on a misunderstanding. Hey, length isn't everything. At least that's what my wife keeps telling me. Length isn't everything, baby. It's okay. Don't feel bad. To give this writer some slack, he only covers Call of Duty, Fortnite, and Apex, so he probably only plays live services. Oh, does he? What are the other articles he's written? Oh, you're right. Yeah, he mostly covers Warzone. Oh, Abandon, that would be good to go through. We could go through that eventually. Yeah, so it looks like he almost exclusively covers live service games. Okay. So, I mean, that would explain why he's not familiar with this stuff with AC. Because this whole article is just written based on a misunderstanding. If it, like, I feel like if I were to tell him, like, no, dude, they're still doing that, just in a different game. He'd be like, oh, okay. And the article would be over. You know, like, it'd just be like, oh, okay. Okay. Follow-up article. Oops. Proto Luke, when you talk to Rory, try to see if Fightin' Cowboy can join there too. Rory has a podcast with him. It would be awesome to see y'all chat. Yeah, I mean, I can ask him that in the video. The biggest thing it sounds like right now is scheduling. So I think that's the biggest frustration and stumbling block is just getting everybody's schedules aligned. But okay. Is he the kind of guy that wouldn't play Doom because it doesn't have a battle royale? Yeah, it seems like he's the kind of guy that probably plays one game for months and months and months at a time. And when that game, like, I think he got into AC Valhalla because it was that, but a single player game. You know, so like it still scratched that itch of what he's familiar with, but was basically like a single player live service game. So it kind of scratched the itch, but it you know, it's Mirage is just a different game, and that's why people are excited, is because it's so different. And then he's frustrated that it's really different, but they're still going to make that kind of game that he likes. So I just think it's not that big of a deal, frankly. Let's see. Yeah, Brandon would love to see Luke in that group of streamers. Oh, I'd be down. Like I said at the start of this year, one of my goals, one of my resolutions for the year for the channel was to get and do a bunch more collaborations with other people. Weirdly, on YouTube, collaborations are like pulling teeth. It's baffling to me. I like will work on stuff with like Maddie or Mutahar or a handful of people, and we'll get pretty far along the progression, and then they'll just kind of get distracted for a month or two and then come back and be like, oh yeah, we were going to do that. I'm like, yeah, yeah, on YouTube collaborations come off as a podcast. Yeah, it's hard to do just a quick offhanded collaboration. I've had a few ideas of how we could do it, but it's tough. How do you reach out to them? It's usually like Twitter DMs, or I'll email their business email, or sometimes if we're already friends, then I'll just text them or something. Is it scheduling or channel size, ego, or what? No, like Mutahar, for example, we have been in contact to work on a collaboration surrounding the Yakuza games. But understandably, he's very busy, and I'm also busy, and so we've tried to align things, and it's fell through a couple of times because something pops up and we have to like, oh, I've got a preview event I got to go to, I've got to reschedule this. Then we reschedule it for 2-3 weeks ahead of time, which for Mutahar isn't quite what happened. For Mutahar, we just haven't been able to like really connect to the degree we need to. We've passed like ideas back and forth. He said he's down. We just haven't gotten anything on the calendar. But for other people, like for Maddie, for the last video I was going to do with Maddie, we just kept rescheduling stuff. We kept bouncing back and forth, and then something popped up, and then he's closing on his new house, and so has to reschedule. And so it's just stuff like that. Whereas I think for streamers, the reason why it's easier is because like if you stream and you're a full-time streamer, you're going to be on stream for like 8 hours today. Okay. Well, just call me on Discord between these hours and we'll just talk, and it'll be a segment. Call me at 2 p.m. and we'll just chat, because it fills up that segment of the stream. It's content. Boom. Easy. You know, it just works because we have built-in slots where we are going to be on our computer ready to go. Whereas YouTubers just have a tendency, like we're able to film whenever we want, and so it's just not the same. How did you and Jor start doing stuff together? We make content in similar genres, and we like similar games, so a lot of our audiences have overlapped. And one day we were just like, hey, you want to do something and work together on something? And we did it. So it just happens quick. Let's see. I think your thoughts on culture and politics would be so interesting to listen to. Become an orbiter of destinies, Luke. Think about getting into political debate as well. I mean, honestly, I think if I was on the Twitch circuit, if we were in those circles, I could see it happening. Just because like it's really easy to collaborate on Twitch. Like they have the guest hosting feature now, and so it's like stupid easy to collaborate on Twitch. But Twitch is also freaking weird, and like Twitch streamers are also weird about collaborating with YouTube streamers. Can't blame them, because after all that Dr. Disrespect stuff where it's like, yeah, if he even says a word on your stream, you can be banned. That's insane. So it's like, okay, well, I gotta figure out all that stuff and shift over, and so I don't know, maybe I've talked to Rocky about it. Like we bounce back and forth. We have been looking at doing the co-streaming and just streaming on Twitch and streaming on TikTok and on YouTube and Kick, and just stream everywhere all at the same time. We're not going to get, I don't think you can even qualify for subs if you're streaming, like co-streaming on Twitch, because I think you have to be affiliate, and I don't think you can be affiliate and co-stream. So that I think is an oopsie and a frustration. But to be honest, like I've said, the streams don't really make money through subs right now. So like memberships are great, and I appreciate all the members and stuff, but like when you factor in the costs and what I pay Jacob to cut together stream clips and all of that, the live channel doesn't actually turn a profit. We lose money on it. So you can be a partner and co-stream with TikTok. That's it. Yeah, I actually wonder if we're still even, because you guys remember we got Twitch partnered like I think it was a few months after we left freaking Twitch. Hold on, it's asking me for my verification code. There we go. So I don't even know if we still, I don't think we're considered partners anymore. Am I? Is the purple check mark partnered? What does that mean, Rocky? Am I partnered? I can't tell. It's not highlighting. I'm a partner still? I don't think I should be, but I'll take it. But with this, I mean, it's just, yeah, what's the last thing we did on here, actually? I'm curious. Recent highlights, we did Elden Ring. What is this? Oh, we're gonna get copyright struck if I play that. We can play copyrighted music on Twitch and it's fine. Who cares? Oh, my camera's covering it up. Look at that camera angle. I had the wide angle up close on my face. Oh, man. Oh, yeah. I had the big metal posters there, too. It's not a bad setup. Oh, yeah. I was experimenting with my, like, super broken Sword of Night and Flame. I remember this. Oh, I remember this. And just melt him, and then watch, I get close, I get like really cocky, and then I move in, and then I'm about to get yeeted. Okay, and then, oop, get him again. Look how close he is to dead. Look how close. But then I die. So he's going to get down to like 1 HP. 1 HP. Look how low that is. But he's also hitting me, so my health completely disappears. But then my summon comes in with the last attack, the swooping fire attack, and kills him, and I get credit for it. That was a roller coaster. That was a roller coaster. That was funny. I remember that. Oh yeah, we played this. Oh, or the beating up the nun. Oh, dude, I remember this. We had like just moved in here too. We had just moved in here. All the walls are bare in the studio. Look at that.
Pay the price. And how do you plan to make me? Faith is our weapon, and the only one we need. Your threats aren't worth the breath of my arse. We'll see about that. Faith! Cleanse this
Pretty Ite super chatted $5.
And then a nun chases
Definitely
down.
appreciate the consistent streams. Thanks for sticking with
It's
it.
a crazy
Put this to
nun.
good use, like on WWE Champions.
Pretty Ite. Thank you for one for the 5. And yeah, no, I appreciate that because we try to stick to it as best we can. I think it's like, it's been a little like, okay, ready for the woe is me streamer YouTuber whining segment of the stream. It's been like a little frustrating because we've been going for like 1.5 years, 2 years at the streaming thing relatively consistently. I mean, not full time, probably averaging like 15 to maybe 20 hours a week. More like probably 12 to 16 hours a week. So far from full time, but we've been doing it for a while and we made a ton of progress. I think probably late this past fall when we started doing the stream clips, when we did the Luke Stevens live channel, saw a ton of success there, and then found a ton of success with Hogwarts Legacy. Those streams did really, really well. That was the first time the live channel like actually turned a profit. And then after that, like, things have been slower for sure. We also had a baby, so that kind of threw off our schedule for a few weeks, and that made it tricky. We were on a really good average. We were averaging like 400, 500, 600 people in a stream, but then we came back, and today we had like 400 or 500 people in chat before the stream died, so that was that was a bit of an oopsie. But yeah, it's just been. It's been weird. It's been weird. Because I know streaming is like a very slow grind, of course. And the live channel is of course still making progress, but it's been frustrating. Because I would have hoped to make more progress by now, to have, more concurrence. But part of it also is just the way that we tend to do the streams, I think is It's frustrating. Yeah, we still have over 200 people. And like I said, we were at like 400 or 500 before the stream died. And then people, you know, naturally were like, uh-oh, Luke's done streaming. Stream died. So, you know, there's always mitigating circumstances. And I'm still very, very, very thankful for all of those people here. But, you know, I'm an overachiever, and I would love to be at like regularly 1,000 people. And I also, it's honestly, it's really like difficult to come up with things to talk about, because like YouTube, as I've said before, YouTube approaches streams in the same way they approach YouTube videos. You have to have a topic, you have to have a thumbnail related to that topic, you have to have the titling and everything, the tags, everything all tied together with that. It has to be treated like an event. And if you don't have that event, it just doesn't work. It doesn't work. The stream doesn't get good click-through rates, and then YouTube buries it because it doesn't know what to do with it. Whereas on Twitch, it's all about like just being live. Just be live for as long as you can. Your viewers will pop in, see you, participate for a little bit, and then you leave. It's really simple. Really, really simple. Yeah, Rocky, I mean, send it out. What you got? Why not just get a cheaper editor? I love Jacob, just saying financially. Well, the nice thing with Jacob doing it is, for one, he's already very familiar with the way I like things. I have worked with, again, like I'll talk about this in a members only stream. I don't think I'll talk about it here in a lot of depth, but I've hired companies before to do stream clips and to edit videos for me, and they've always been kind of a disaster. We will work together for months, and it just, they either don't make progress or they actively lose progress because they think that I'm just going to give up monitoring them and just like ignore it. And so it ends up being more of a chore for me to like send them 15 notes on the video. I'm like, hey, you like, for this whole segment of the video, my face cam is just facing the wrong way. Can you fix that? Like little stupid stuff. You should stream Baldur's Gate PS5 on day one. I have a feeling you'd see success with that. Probably. I think so. I bet you'd have a good audience if you streamed Baldur's Gate 3. We did stream it maybe early this week. Maybe late last week. We did stream it for a few hours. And we had like 200 people in here. But the thing is, like, YouTube, again, streaming on YouTube, it has to be treated in large part like an event. So if there's a brand new game to play, you can find success. But just like hopping on and being like, yeah, I'm going to play some Baldur's Gate today, and then we'll also talk about some news stuff and just whatever we stumble into, it doesn't really work that way. The audience isn't acclimated to it. Luke, I think you should start considering Kick more seriously. No kidding, Kick is getting more and more legit now, and people like Destiny are building ecosystems there, and you could partake in it. Maybe. I mean, my biggest thing is just when I look at Kick, like right now, who are the top streamers on it? Buddha, I've never heard of Buddha. I don't know who that is. Destiny is streaming here. That's true. Amaranth. You know, so there's a few big ones. There's people with, you know, a few hundred viewers, which is fine.
I'd be a fucking idiot to stop what I'm doing, because then I'd make nothing. And at this age, the money I make right now, if I was smart with it, I could like retire in a couple of years type shit. But I'm miserable this entire time.
I don't know how Destiny does this. He will play video games for like hours on end, but he can maintain a conversation with somebody like it's nothing. Like it just doesn't affect him at all. He can just be playing a game like pretty well and just debate like a madman. It's crazy. He's got like 2 brains inside there. It's ridiculous. Is XQC on? Yeah, Aiden Ross is there too. I'm glad Aiden Ross has been out of the headlines for a while. But like it's a lot of slots. And like if we started co-streaming there, I could see us, you know, maybe having like 5 to 10 people show up, but I don't think we'd have hundreds or thousands. Like there's very little discoverability. The reason you stream on Twitch, honestly, at this point, after all of the crap going on with it, is just because Twitch has an audience that is independent from YouTube. Like Twitch as a platform has all of these hundreds of thousands of people that watch their content and their entertainment on Twitch. They watch it live. And so they're used to a different type of content than on YouTube. On YouTube, people expect certain things. People expect there to be, you know, a package. They expect to come into the video. Oh, you're talking about Baldur's Gate today. What's the topic on Baldur's Gate? Get to the point. Whereas on Twitch, you can be like, yeah, we're going to talk about, you know, we're on the road to Predator and Apex, or we're looking at Twitch rivals, or we're trying the Fuse main, and then we're going to play ranked later. And they just kind of say what they're going to generally get up to. And the audience kind of understands it, because that's what the platform's built around, is you like a personality being live for an extended period of time. And YouTube's just different. OnlyFans Luke, oh hell yeah. Let's see. It's more about the fact that you can collab easy. Destiny has a show called Kick or Keep, for example. Probably not something I could see you be in, but just saying, it's getting more legit day by day. I mean, I could see that. I think it's, I agree. Kick is getting more and more legit. It's still got a little ways to go. The 95-5 split is great, but the 95-5 split only works if you're actually like getting people to sub. Like if we're not having crazy sub numbers on, we had pretty good sub numbers on Twitch, honestly, but if we're not getting great sub numbers or memberships on YouTube, I doubt that we're going to magically get a ton on Kick all of a sudden. Like if you have an audience, you can, like a big audience, you can move over, then yeah, I could see that, but I'm just not, at this point, I'm not sure if I have that audience, you know. You guys are freaking phenomenal, and I love every single one of you dearly, but I mean, I don't think it's any mystery that like XQC moving to Kick is going to be a much easier transition for him than like me moving to Kick. Yeah, Rocky, what's your honest opinion? No, Rocky, I want your liar's opinion. I want your deceptive opinion. Kick's gonna be the new Twitch. Maybe eventually. It's just Twitch makes a lot of stupid mistakes, but again, the reason that you would stream there is just because of these numbers. You want to watch Baldur's Gate on Twitch? For one, it's cool that they're tossing smaller channels up here on the Discovery, but like all of these people are accustomed to the Twitch ecosystem and to live streams, and that's just something that is pretty exclusive. 200 plus people on Twitch. Twitch are your stream cut. Hold on. 200 plus people on Twitch. Wait. Okay. Okay, I'll let you try it. I'll let you do it again. You planning on streaming AC Mirage when it comes out, Luke? Yes, Phoenix, and I am hopeful that we get the opportunity to try it and play it a little early. We'll see what happens. Sapnap and FauciTube signed with Kick. I also saw a clip earlier today where FauciTube went on a podcast. I don't know what the podcast was, but he's sitting on a couch, and apparently during the course of the podcast, Fauci like could not stop farting, and he kept saying, "No, it's nervous farts. It's nothing personal." It's like, no, nobody cares if it's personal. Will you stop farting on the podcast? Like he just wouldn't stop letting out huge farts while they're doing the podcast. So loud that like it scared the dog that was sitting on the couch next to him. Yeah, Fauci is back somehow. Didn't he have like 15 mental breakdowns or something? I'm surprised he's back, but he has mental problems. He was streaming when he was in his car driving home from the airport, and he's on the phone, and he streamed this. He's on the phone with his like psychiatrist or something, and his psychiatrist asks him, "How's your addiction doing?" His sex addiction is what he was asking about. How's your sex addiction going? And he said, "Oh, I've been sober since the airport." They were driving home from the airport. Like driving home from the airport. And he's like, yeah, I've been sober for a few hours from his sex addiction. It's like this is a real human being out there, guys. Real human being. Imagine hiring a therapist to be like, dude, I'm addicted to sex. I need help, man. Oh man. I think everybody's addicted to sex. It's just whether or not you have access to it. Yeah, he is just an outrageous human being. He is pretty funny. Can you stop farting? Like, if you got gas, you got, like, just everybody in the podcast is like they didn't know how to respond. They're just like, what? Oh man. Let's see. Let's see, 200 plus people on Twitch. Twitch will share and promote your stream out the ass because of the hype trains. Oh, okay. So Twitch promotes based on hype trains, based on engagement and participation and stuff. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Look, say if you show up to a kick or keep stream, it's about degenerates debating each other. I'm sure you will pull some people in from Destiny or that show because I think your takes are generally good. Yeah, I mean, I'm not opposed to it. My big thing with like talking about politics and stuff is just because I'm a gaming YouTuber, like who cares what I think about politics? But if I go on a politics stream and like people want to hear what I think about stuff, like I'm fine with discussing it. But it's also, it feels like when like gaming is already a difficult enough market and industry because it's already super competitive. So it feels like to go in and then discuss politics and potentially just cut my audience in half, that seems like it might not be the best idea. You know, it might be better to just steer clear of that stuff and like still talk about other stuff, but like politics, things like that, it seems like that could be potentially a mess. Luke, Destiny was a gaming YouTuber. He started out as a StarCraft streamer. No, he just mixed gaming in with politics. Now the dude is on his way to having his own media company. Yeah, no, I think you can definitely pivot. And frankly, just being real with you all, I think eventually a pivot will need to happen. Just because, like, you either die the hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain, right? Like, I think eventually you got to figure out what's next. And I think, you know, we can grind our way up to 1 million sub gaming channel and stuff, but I would like to be able to do stuff, like more stuff in terms of content than just gaming reviews or critiques. And, you know, I think the streams have helped with that, and I think the streams will continue to help with that. A lot of streamers started as gaming channel and went on to do something else. In the gaming space, you die a hero or you become DSP. Yeah, for real. Prank channel incoming. Yeah, exactly. Now, I just think, like, whatever that looks like, even if it's just, like, being able to stream, Joseph Anderson is another great example. Let's see. It's like... Yeah. This guy, Joseph Anderson. You guys remember Joseph Anderson? He's the one doing all those crazy long critiques that everybody loves. Joseph Anderson, huge YouTuber, millions and millions of plays on his YouTube videos every time. Oh, that snuck up on me. Millions of plays, but he like has pivoted and now he is a streamer and he just sits on stream and he plays pretty obscure video games. Honestly, I haven't heard of like 95% of the ones he plays, like Dujana, Robbie, AI, the Somnium Files. I have no idea what these are, but he plays these games for like 4 or 5 hours a day. And I would assume he's making more money doing this than he's making doing anything else. He seems to enjoy this more because he's basically abandoned his YouTube channel. I mean, when was the last time he uploaded to YouTube? Joseph Stevens Anderson. The last video he did was Elden Ring a year ago, but technically April 7th, 2022. Over a year ago. And this video was considered Return of the King, because before that, his last video was posted in, 2 years before that. It's like he posts on average a video every year and a half, 2 years. So he's just pivoted to streaming, and he's streaming right now live. And I would assume he's making more money doing this and is having more fun doing this and relaxing. He's just enjoying it. And so, like, I can't blame him. He seems to have made the pivot. His videos take a hell of a lot of time to make too. I mean, yes, compared to a lot of content, but I've made my fair share of critiques, my fair share of videos in the same type of genre that he makes his in. And I'll tell you that it does not take a year to make one of those videos. I mean, even when I was doing all of the work myself, editing, writing, collecting footage, scripting, everything, even when I did that, like, these videos should have been out years ago. It's just simply he's pivoted to streaming, which is totally fine. He seems to be enjoying it way more, but it's a significant pivot. I mean, there was a time when, like, 3 years ago, the idea of Joseph Anderson stopping making huge videos to stream was ridiculous, but he's streaming now. He's got 1,600-ish people in chat. Chat's going off. You know, he's having a good time. Getting a good number of subs. You know, he's doing good. He's also a writer, takes his time with the scripts. Well, and the great thing, it's like, I forget who said it. Maybe it was Joe Rogan. I think he just called it FU money. Like, once you reach a certain level of success, you have FU money, and you can just kind of do what you want. If you have a successful stream and you're making good money through subs and stuff, you can just take your time on the YouTube channel. It doesn't matter if the video takes an extra week or two, or a month or two, or in this case, a year or two, because it's just, you're going to be okay. With, like, the main channel, it's kind of flipped. So, like, the main channel for me makes the money, so it's okay if the streams don't make a lot of money. For some creators, it's the other way around. The streams make the money, so the YouTube channel can kind of be the lost leader for a while. And I'm just trying to figure out a way to make the streams more successful. And my primary concern is just, like, YouTube has seemingly completely abandoned streaming as a focus, and everything is all about YouTube Shorts. Were you guys in here when Joraptor came in to chat with me, because he had been at a YouTube event in Amsterdam? I think it was Amsterdam, but he had been at an actual event with YouTube employees, and all they talked about were YouTube Shorts. That's all they talked about. YouTube Shorts. That's their priority. That's what they're focusing on. And so I'm like, if their focus is on YouTube Shorts, I'm just gonna be honest with you guys, they suck ass compared to TikTok. They just do. My editor for the TikToks, Daily Duder, who you guys will know, he pops in every once in a while. He's posted a handful of TikToks, which I don't know if you guys have seen these, but he's posted a handful of TikToks to, well, many, like dozens of TikToks over the last month and a half, 2 months. But he posted all these, and like this one he posted yesterday, 95,000 views. This one he posted a few days ago, 3 days ago, 2.2 million views, 446,000 likes, 62.4 thousand favorites. Like, TikTok is just way better at giving me exposure. This same exact TikTok, the same exact thing put on YouTube Shorts has done like, they've done like maybe 1,000, 2,000 views. It's like outrageous. It's ridiculous. I found your TikTok after the stream the other day. Oh, that's awesome, Tweb. Love it. Yeah, it's just like YouTube is pouring all this effort into Shorts, and I'm not that convinced that that's the play right now. So And Luke, as you and your audience grow older out of gaming, I'm sure they would want to hear your political culture commentary. So if you come off as super mature, level-headed, that's your strength, IMO. Well, I appreciate that, and I'm totally like I said, down. Like if I wanted to hop on a stream with Destiny and chat about stuff, I would love to do that. I think it'd be really interesting. Hell, if I wanted to, like if Hassan wanted me on and to chat about stuff, I'd chat with him about stuff. I don't think he'd want me on, but I'd still do it. So I'm not opposed to it. And the cool thing would be if we could transition into just a broader personality where like I'm always going to do gaming stuff because I love gaming, but if I also had the option to talk about whatever else, that would be nice. Just like you see Penguin Zero or Moist Critical, you know, he on his main channel, he's a gamer at heart, but he'll still talk about like the alien stuff that dropped at the DC hearing. Like he'll still talk about all that stuff. You know, that'd be effing hilarious. Yeah, dude, I'd be down. TikTok and Reels have the two monopolies on the market. Yeah, and Reels are something I just haven't touched. I really don't use Instagram. I have no idea. Instagram, I don't browse Instagram. I have no idea. That's the huge void for me right now is I'm not on anything owned or operated by Meta. And I've been told it's like a great way to go. It's a fantastic platform and it can be very, very profitable. But yeah, I haven't touched it at all. I don't use it in my personal life. Luke, just dye your hair blue so Proto will be happy. I asked Nikki, I was like, would you be opposed to me doing like a charity fundraiser? And then like, if we reach our goal, I dye my hair and shave my beard and stuff. She's like, I'd love you to shave your beard. I hate your beard. She doesn't hate the beard. She just prefers me clean shaven. But she's like, I would love for you to shave your beard, but dyeing your hair, I don't think I'd be okay with that. I'm like, but for charity, like we raise money for a children's hospital or something. She's like, is there something else you can do? Awesome Champagne. That's wonderful. You're gonna have a good time, man. Those are phenomenal games. Shave your head, and I'm sure I've got a weird looking head shaved. Dye your beard. Just go full Twitch streamer. Dye it all blue and purple. Hassan's pretty open to dye. Well, specifically what I mean is like as a smaller creator than him. I have a big main YouTube channel, but in terms of being a streamer, I'm a much smaller streamer than he is. Which is funny because there's some people who like have very small YouTube channels, but have a pretty decent audience on like Twitch. Which is funny. Like, who is the one I saw? You'll know this one, Proto. Because I saw this clip. Oh yeah, dude. Oh my god. I forgot about this one. Hold on, let me see if I can find the actual link to her channel. Do you guys know of a creator by the name of Demon Mama? Have you heard about this? Demon Mama is a streamer that I guess hasn't streamed in 2 weeks. I guess, but like pretty decent sized streams, like 300-400 people in chat, pretty decent. Talks like politics and everything, and let's just say that she has some bold takes, specifically like if you start to disagree with her and if she starts to lose the debate, she just like accuses you of being a rapist and stuff. It's like pretty toxic.
Oh, how can you not see what is happening?
That's very funny, but this is like,
it's not funny, it's annoying, so it's a yes or no question. Would you still make that same argument?
My dear God, vegan games.
Do you see how she won't engage with the question?
Childish.
She's done. See, she's done with the debate. She's not going to go back to engaging with the debate topic anymore.
Yes or no questions, so
like one of the most bad faith interlocutors I've ever seen engage in discussion. Like hilariously bad. The other one that's utterly hilarious is actually another person that I saw Destiny debated. And I've talked about this guy before because he's also just a masterclass in all sorts of bizarre mental issues. I mean, he's just an absolute mess. Like his name is Darth Dawkins, and like he'll debate. He's what's known as a Christian presuppositional apologist. So basically, he assumes and begins with the Bible is true, Christian God exists, blah blah blah. And the way he knows that is because it's been revealed to him through the scriptures and through divine revelations, like the Holy Spirit in his heart. So basically, he's right because he's right, and he can't be wrong because if he was wrong, then he wouldn't be right anymore. Yeah, this is his debate with Destiny, and oh my God, debate is a strong word. But like in this clip, he's like on a call with Lawrence Krauss, who is like an amazingly intelligent, whether you like love him or hate him, amazingly intelligent theoretical physicist. Like this guy knows his stuff. And then this guy, Darth Dawkins, who's like a nobody named Gary from New York or Jersey or something, comes in and just starts trying to lecture Lawrence Krauss on how the Earth is actually 6,000 years old and how like he doesn't actually know anything. Like it's amazing.
And then I can say that the existence of such an intelligent being is not necessary for that to happen. I don't have to ask any questions about the intelligent being.
You didn't let me finish my question.
I know.
Yeah, the guy saying you didn't let me finish my question is Darth Dawkins. Okay.
No, I didn't. I disagree with your premise, so I wanted to.
Okay. Well, the problem here is God by definition in such a conversation like this would be defined as what is ultimate and fundamental, instituting what's possible and impossible. If you say God is not necessary, that to all possibility and impossibility, then that entails that God does not exist.
This is what's known as verbal masturbation, where you just kind of say stuff and then you assert stuff, and then when somebody challenges you on an assertion, you pivot. So what he just said is he defines God as the basis of reality, what justifies possibility and impossibility, throws out a bunch of mumbo jumbo. And then if you come back and you say, I see no reason to think that there has to be a backing to, say, the laws of logic. I don't think there needs to be a basis for mathematics. I don't think there has to be any singular person or thing that makes those things work. They just work. They just are. Like, there's nothing more to it than that. They just are. If you say that, he says, no, there has to be a backing. You say, no, I'm not convinced there is. You have to demonstrate that there has to be a backing. I don't think there has to be. And he says, no, because the way I've defined it is that they have to have a backing. So they have to have a backing. And if you don't have a backing, then you are irrational. And I'm correct because I have a backing that I'm asserting. Like, it's the most toxic thing ever. And again, like, he will talk to PhDs, to people who have like are experts in philosophy, and he will lecture them about things that he read in a pamphlet somewhere, and it's just amazing.
So it turns out that the atheists actually violate the principle that they're standing on. They require rational justification for the absolute known as God, but the absolute that they're reasoning from, they have no rational justification for it. And then they'll say, oh, it's axiomatic.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Dude, it's so toxic. Hold on. Where was Destiny? Oh yeah, does God know all things? Have you guys seen this clip? This was this guy's like actually like a schizo. This guy's actually like kind of scary, unstable. Let me see if I can find the clip. Do you guys, if you haven't seen this, you're about to lose your mind. It's so freaking funny. Hold on. I'm trying to find. Here it is.
Who donated $3?
Can I ask one question real quick about that in terms of the God thing?
Sir. Yeah.
So this is another presuppositional guy. Okay, so he's also just a bad faith person to argue with. He's also rambled this whole video. Tristan's opening is like 25 minutes long, where he just reads off an article, and then Destiny's is like a minute long. And then Destiny asks him a question about his opening, and the guy just starts to reread it. Like, he can't think critically. He's like pretty unstable. But like, just listen to this and watch how quickly this devolves. It's pretty funny.
Question: do you believe that God knows all things?
Yeah, absolutely. God is omniscient.
Does God know what it feels like to take a dick in the ass?
I mean, just again proving how demonic and
I'm just curious because you said God has knowledge of all things, right?
This, I mean, again, complete disgust, complete disgusting blasphemy coming, and it's not surprising, you know. And these are the types of things you would think about and speak, and it's just sad. I mean, it's just absolutely sad. But no, God was incarnate, and God was not a homosexual.
He's like desperately trying to think of a way out of this, because if he says God knows all things, God has to know what it feels like.
Or a coomer, and God was without sin. So no, did not engage in sodomy. When God became incarnate and became man for us men and for our salvation, right? He did not engage in sodomy, degeneracy, and any of that.
But he is omniscient, so he knows what it's like. He doesn't have to engage in it. He doesn't need the experience to reveal the knowledge. He should know.
Yeah, he's giving it to you,
Yeah.
Tristan. Just you gotta find the delineation point.
It's just so freaking funny, because it's like eventually you realize, okay, this isn't going anywhere. This person's not gonna like actually talk to me or like care about what we're discussing. Like he's just here to score points, and at that point you can just kind of poke fun and have fun with them and do stuff like that kind of trolls them, because like it gets you in a trap when you say like X knows everything. You know, you run into trouble like that. Anyway, Sophie, hey, I know I'm late. We'll be sleeping soon, but wanted to pop by before the stream ends. Oh, I'm glad to see you, my friend. It's good to see you. Yeah, we're doing good. Destiny v Corantos maybe was hilarious too. Corantos was literally yelling at Destiny for Islamophobic comments, but now Corantos is an orbiter begging Destiny to give him more money. It's hilarious. Yeah, it seems like orbiters around some streamers are like it's a much bigger thing than even on YouTube. On YouTube, it's like you got Mr. Beast and his orbiters. Then there's probably like the Logan Paul and Jake Paul guys, and then they have their orbiters where it's like some people appear in their streams, but then also and videos, but are also doing their own thing. There was also a big thing. Remember those vlog houses that were big back in like 2016, probably 2015, 16? Those vlogger houses where they had like 15 vloggers living in one mansion. I think those things have died out. Maybe they're still out there and I just am too old to know about them. But yeah, on Twitch, it seems like those orbiters are very, very common. You know, Team 10, is it still a thing? Really? Sophie, by the way, I watched your Black Flag video earlier while cooking and thoroughly enjoyed it. Oh, I'm glad. Yeah, we tried to experiment with something where like, I told Jacob yesterday when he was editing it, I was like, we're just going to try to like be really relaxed. We're not going to try to cut out a lot of the diatribes I go down. Let's just embrace the ADHD and see where it takes us. And so hopefully people enjoy it. It ended like 3 years ago or more. Okay. I think they're doing a TikTok house now. That would make more sense. I could see that. Yeah, the sea shanty part tickled me. Oh yeah, with his Carl Weezer edit too. The Loot Gang. It's amazing that people just show up to Destiny streams over Discord and make content for him. I don't think it's a Twitch thing. I think it's just something Destiny ended up building, or maybe it got lucky. Yeah, well, and it's the real magic, and we've learned this on the live channel as well. The magic of streaming nowadays is you have to do long streams, and then you also have to combine that with long YouTube clips. Because the longer the clip, the more mid-roll ads you can put in. YouTube loves that because then they can get more money from the video. And so then they promote it more. So you have to have a good stream to begin with, but then you also have to have long segments that can be cut into interesting streams. And that's the great thing with collaborations, is you can do that. Like I freaking loved having like the guy that runs the Titanic project on. I loved having like So Says Jay on. I thought Jay was really interesting to talk to, and I'd love to do stuff like that more. So yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna chat with Rocky. We'll figure out what we're gonna do. I don't know whether it's co-streaming, because like if memberships and subs aren't making a lot of money, maybe we just embrace that and be like, okay, so they're not gonna make money, let's just co-stream everywhere. Or I don't know, if we investigate Kick, if we investigate Twitch, I don't know. Joe's a great guest. Yeah, and we're gonna get him on with Joel Raptor for the podcast in a week or two probably. Oh, Rocky, no worries. I was just saying I'm gonna chat with you about kind of game plan for the stream if our goal is growth first and foremost. I think YouTube clearly is the goal, or is the better option if we are prioritizing like revenue splits and an established platform, but in terms of growth, I'm not sure which is the best option. So we'll investigate it. Stream on all platforms like Ninja. That's what I am feeling right now is the way to go. I just have to test and see what the latency is like. I don't want it to harm the way we chat and stuff. Yeah, Pretty AI. My understanding is that Restream does that. So Restream will like synchronize all of the chats together, which is weird, but like I could be wrong. The way I understood the thing that they posted was that they have a bot that goes into like a YouTube chat and it also goes into Twitch chat, and it will read the chat. So like say Rocky posts something in Twitch chat, the bot will see that, will go to YouTube chat, will post that under Rocky, and then that synchronizes it between the two streams. So then all the chats are identical. That's what I understood it to be. I don't know for a fact if that's how it actually works, but when I was reading through how they described the bot, that's what it sounded like to me. But I agree, a synchronized chat would be ideal. That would be very ideal. Luke, try to do more call-ins on the members only stream. Test out different things when you scale them up to live channel members, non-members streams. Oh yeah, I agree. I think that's a good idea as well. I agree. I don't think I really get streaming, but it's not something I really watch a lot. I only set off time or watch Luke streams. Okay, yeah, no, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. We're converting you to the streams. We're doing it. But anyway, we've been going about what, like, how long? I don't even know at this point. 4.5 hours. Yeah, that's pretty good. 4.5 hours. I'm going to go up. Lockie's passed out. He is taking his nap now. He stopped reading. So I'm going to go just make sure he's good, tuck him in, and get him extra covered with blankets, because he's going to be up in just a few minutes. So I love you all. You guys are wonderful. We'll be back Monday. And I think Monday we're at the very least going to try the co-streaming. So you might see a notification if you follow me on Twitch. You might see a notification there. And on TikTok and all that. So we're going to experiment with that just to see what the latency is like. But we'll be back Monday. You guys go watch the new Black Flag video. Ubisoft fixed it, so we tried it again. So go check that out. As always, you guys are wonderful. Thank you so much for making my dreams a reality. I love you guys dearly. Never think I don't. You guys are wonderful. So stay safe. Hugs and kisses. I will see you in the next one. Bye-bye.